Alright, hello Goat Duels. I'm gonna try going live. We'll see if this works here. I've got, Alright, it looks like I am live, and it says excellent connection. So, I'm gonna try playing, two decks today. Two decks that I kind of like. What do you see the name here? I said, technically Warriors. That's what it is. It's sort of the Warrior-Stein hybrid. I've played a few games that already. I tried out the Spies. I actually haven't liked the Spies as much as I thought I would, to be totally honest. But we're gonna keep trying it. Maybe I haven't given the Spies enough of a chance. But yeah, it's kind of like this deck's just trying to do everything. It's like we got Spies for defense, Warriors for offense, Stein for OTK. The deck actually, from my experience, it plays less like a Warrior deck and more like a Chaos Return deck. In terms of the strategy, just because like you're not being super aggressive, you're just trying to like do some 1-for-1 trades, then just go boom, Stein out of nowhere, you're dead. Just kind of the same way that Return does. And then the second deck that I'm gonna play is Reasoning Gate. I think this is the list that I had from my Reasoning Gate guide. I think it's like the same list. And yeah, we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. And then, this is even better. So, I picked this day to stream, like, just kind of based on what was convenient for me. But it turns out that today on Master Duel, I think it's supposed to start in, like, a little over an hour. But in a little over an hour on Master Duel, they are bringing back OCG 2004 format, which is very, very similar to GOAT format. It is like, there's definitely some differences, and we'll talk about the differences, but it is like the closest thing that Master Duel has ever had to GOAT format. And that, I believe, starts in an hour and 15 minutes. So we're going to play a few games here, and then I'm going to check Master Duel, see if that format is live, and then if it is, we're going to go play on Master Duel. This is going to be like the greatest crossover in history, because 2 months ago I started a different channel. You'll see it's called Master Duels. It's it's like right there. You'll see the channel name, and that's where I upload all my Master Duel content. But this is gonna be like a crossover. We're gonna have Master Duel content on GOAT Duels. We're gonna have GOAT format content on Master Duels. So let's give it a shot. And please don't stream snipe me, guys. I'm gonna start with Warriors, actually, and then we're gonna play Reasoning Gate second. And the reason why we're gonna play Reasoning Gate second is because of the fact that Reasoning Gate doesn't mind getting stream sniped as much as Warriors does, and as more people join the stream, I'd say like the odds of me getting stream sniped are higher. So let's give it a shot. I mean, I see I've got like 6 viewers at the moment. If like the audio is good and whatnot, just, I don't know, leave a comment or something and say like, oh, the audio is good. But yeah, I'll be honest, like, Warriors isn't really my style, and this deck hasn't like impressed me as much as I thought it would. We might just even want to not Graceful. Well, it's close, actually. I don't know, I kind of like all these cards, though. Like, the only card in my hand that I really want to discard is Donzalug. Alright, it's closer than you think here. I know everyone's gonna say, like, what are you doing, you idiot, activate Graceful, but it's actually closer than you probably think. And the problem, too, is that once we discard Donzalug, it kind of reveals what we're playing, and then our opponent gets to make better turn 1 plays. But I think the play here is just discard Donzalug, discard Zaborg, and just set ring and say go. This hand is actually, like, not very good if our opponent just doesn't set monsters. Like, if our opponent doesn't set monsters, we probably just lose. Like, if this is a Warrior Mirror, we're probably just losing. Alright. Well, if our opponent's activating Upstart Goblet, it means that he is either going to FTKS or he's going to set monsters. So we'll hope it's the latter. Yeah, this is a pretty good start, but this is fine. Like, if our opponent just, like, I don't know, like, discards a Sinister and then... I don't know. Yeah, this is all fine. We don't really care about this. Like, okay, our opponent went +1, but... we don't... And that's why we set the ring turn 1, folks. But yeah, I like how this game is going, actually. Man, we just top deck Dust Shoot. I mean, we're gonna get Donzalug. Like, he's clearly gonna do something. Yeah, he's obviously gonna do something. And then I guess, like, we set Dust Shoot, set Saku, and say go. Our opponent might top deck, like, Pot of Greed and make our Dust Shoot live. And it's also possible that, like, if we set Dust Shoot, he might, like, end phase Raigeki Break, and then we'll get value out of it that way. That is a weird spot to change our. Alright, well, I guess we're gonna get value out of our Dust Shoot now. Oh, he's doing this so that if he draws, like, another copy of Spy, they don't get banished off the crossset. That's actually kind of smart. That's actually, like, a really smart play, except for the fact that it plays into our Dust Shoot, right? That's like the only reason that it's not. I think the correct play was actually to chain one Jar of Greed and then keep the other one set. Okay, Raigeki Break, Storm, Crossout. Oh, he also just forgot Sinister, like, this entire time. No one DM my opponent and tell him to remember his Sinister, okay? So it's like, yeah, Crossout. I think it was Crossout, Storm, Break. And keep in mind, it's probably not a good idea to Solemn anyway, but especially since we're playing Cyberstein, we definitely don't want to Solemn. This Pot of Greed is like the sickest top deck ever. Obviously we know he doesn't have Solemn because we just saw his hand. Oh my god, and we top deck Spirit Reaper. So yeah, we basically just force out the Raigeki. I mean, he doesn't technically he doesn't have to Raigeki Break this Spirit Reaper, but he kind of does. Yep. This is like such a great lesson in why you need to remember your Sinister Serpent. Like, I feel like if our opponent just added back his Sinister on the first turn of the game, he, like, avoids a lot of these spots. Like, he doesn't have to... Well, for one thing, he could discard his Sinister to the Raigeki Break, but the Crossout's dead anyway. Or, even better, he could just set Sinister, you know, basically get us to use our Crossout. And I swear to God, are we ever going to top deck a monster? I mean, we did just top deck a monster last turn, but you know what I mean. I hope this is Magician of Faith. Actually, I don't really care what it is. Even, like, hitting a Night Assailant would be nice here, because... I don't know. It doesn't really matter what it is. Magician of Fate's probably the best hit, just because it's a light, and our opponent has... Okay, I don't think that game was over, to be honest. Like, we could very easily lose that game. And I'm pretty sure... It's been a while since I played this deck. But I'm pretty sure we just bring in, like, Mind Control. I think this is the only change we make, if I remember correctly. Spy isn't like super great to keep in, but oh, I actually realized we crossed out our opponent's spy last game, I'm pretty sure, and I didn't banish my own spies. That is like technically I cheated. Like, I forgot I was playing Gravekeeper Spy in this deck. I legitimately forgot. Like, there would be no reason for me to not banish my own spies. So that's my bad. That's like legitimately my bad. But yeah, I just realized it when I went to the site and saw my spies. I'm pretty sure because yeah, what happened is we crossed out our opponent's spy. He chained double Jar of Greed to try to avoid the rest of his spies leaving the deck. And yeah, that happens a lot. This is, by the way, this is why, like, I wasn't even super excited about streaming, because we just basically didn't play a match. Like, our opponent just quit the entire game, the entire match, just because, I don't know. He just, I swear, you know why, like, I haven't played GOAT format as much like, recently? People literally complain about every single deck in the game. Like, I play Warriors and people go, oh, that's lame. I play Chaos, people go, oh, that's lame. Okay, fine, I'll play Library FTK. Then people get even more mad. They get even more mad. It's like, people just rage quit, like, so often. To be fair, like, in Master Duel, like, people rage quit too, but that's because, like, games literally end on turn 1. Like, if they just see you comboing out, like, oh, he's gonna set up, like, 10 negations on turn 1, they just quit. And it's like, okay, that makes sense. I can't fault you for, like, you know, just saying, okay, I'm not gonna sit through 5 minutes of you putting 20 negations in play or whatever. But, yeah, they really are, it's like, I don't know. I'm not gonna try to be too negative. Well, Pot of Greed's a good card. When we play Master Duel, it's like, in the 2004 format, like, most people don't play Pot of Greed because it's an expensive card in Master Duel, but I am actually just going to craft the Pot of Greed. And it's funny, it's like, I tried to research, like, what FTK decks I could play in the 2004 Master Duel format. And it's like, basically all of them you can't play for one reason or another. Like, DMOC is nerfed in Master Duel, so, like, that just, you know, kind of destroys your chances of playing any sort of Reasoning Gate deck. And then it's like, both Machior the Destructor and Exchange of the Spirit got a power level errata. So, like, you can't play Exchange of the Spirit bullshit. That doesn't work. And then Convulsion of Nature isn't in Master Duel, so you can't play that. You can't play, like, Library FTK either. And then I was thinking, like, oh, maybe I could play Empty Jar, but the problem with playing Empty Jar is that Sangan is banned in OCG's 2004 format. Which, I mean, it kind of poses a problem. Because, like, you can technically play Empty Jar, but then you don't have the option of going, okay, I'm going to go Mystic Tomato into Sangan into search for my jar. It's like, ironically enough, like, OCG's 2004 quote-unquote GOAT format, it's actually, like, more balanced than actual GOAT format, which is, it's kind of wild. Like, they accidentally, like, hit all of the problem decks. The only problem with the OCG 2004 GOAT format is that burn is, like, actually just tier 0. Because it's best of 1. Like, that's the only problem with the format. In Best of 1, burn is just tier 0. Like, technically, you can main deck, like, a bunch of emergency provisions, which combos with Mirage of Nightmare, and is good against burn as, like, a side effect. And, I mean, you can also play, like, a bunch of Dust Tornadoes, but, like, MST is limited to 1. You can play Heavy Storm, but the problem is not a lot of people will play Heavy Storm because it's an expensive card. So yeah, I'm just kind of going on and on here. Torrential is actually pretty nice here because it can trigger our Last Will. I will say one of the nice things about like just playing Stein in GOAT format right now is that people just give you free life points with Upstart Goblin, and it makes it like 1,000 times easier to actually Stein people. And people haven't, like, caught on to that, too. Like, Stein is basically a meta deck now, and everyone and their mother just still runs double Upstart Goblin. It's actually wild. And in this game, it's like, we're basically just gonna hope our opponent never draws Heavy Storm, or that we can kill our opponent before he draws Heavy Storm. Because we just don't have a lot of options here, right? I mean, we were gonna lose to Heavy Storm anyway, so we might as well just set the Torrential, right? It's like, there's just no reason not to. I'm gonna remind my opponent to gain this 1,000. It's, with the way that I have, like, my setup here, it's kind of awkward to type, but I'm gonna try not to cheat this game. Oh, is he just dead? Oh no, we don't have a way to summon. We don't have a way to summon yet. And our opponent also just searched Tsukiyomi and then just didn't play it. Like, he knows we have Saku, but then why did you search Tsukiyomi then? It makes, like, absolutely no sense. Because it's interesting, if he Tsukiyomi'd our Kaiku and we Saku'd it, we could have flipped up our Kaiku, activated Torrential, and then just resolved the Last Will, if we wanted to, right? Alright, now we get to see what our opponent is playing, which is kind of nice. Like, even if we lose this game, we'll at least... What a wild hand. What does our opponent even, like, have in grave? Oh yeah, he, like, has some Upstart Goblins, and that's basically it. I almost want to, like, send back Faith, just so that if he sets a Faith, we can cross it out, get rid of the other Faith, and then our opponent has no lights. But he can just set anything else first. I was thinking, well, we could send back Sorcerer, but we literally have a Kaiku in play, so there's, like, no reason to do that. I guess I'll just send back, like, Spy. That's, like, the most threatening card in our opponent's hand. It's, honestly, you could send back anything. Our opponent's hand is kind of shit because he has all monsters. But we could, like, basically send back... The problem is that he can set a monster, bait our crossout, and then set Spy. So that's why I sent back Spy. So he has, like, Faith, Sork... So I think we could just summon Tribe, kill itself, Last Will for game. Right? Let me do the math. The Kaiku puts him at 48. And yeah, that's... And then Stein into Master of Oz is... Okay, yeah. So yeah, this is 100 more than we need here. So yeah, our opponent kind of had like a shit hand that game. I'm not gonna lie. It was also just weird that he's like just not setting monsters, because again, like what he should have been trying to do there is he should have just set some sort of monster to bait our cross out, and then set spy, and then now like all of a sudden we can't get over his spy, and then he's just gaining 1,000 off of snatch every turn for free. And it's like that game, of course, we would have like top decked the tribe and cleared the spies, but it's like, when your opponent is very clearly playing an aggro deck, just passing and taking damage every turn is not the play. It is not the play at all. It's actually like surprising to me like how many people don't understand the like aggro versus control matchup in general. I feel like regardless of which side I'm on, like if I'm the chaos player versus the warrior player, I usually win. But if I'm the warrior player versus the chaos player, I also usually win, just because like I understand like how to prioritize yeah, believe it or not, like Sangan is actually not very good versus this particular deck. But yeah, I feel like I just know how to prioritize like what to summon, what to set, when to go for damage, when to not go for damage. And vice versa when I'm like the chaos player. I understand like when I need to focus on protecting my life versus when I need to go for card advantage. I don't know. Maybe keeping like MST and Dust is a little ambitious. Like we kept 3 Speller Trap removal. This guy doesn't understand how priority works. And this is the other reason why, like, I just don't play on Dueling Book, because half the time something like this happens. Like, I'm just gonna link him to, you know... It like, I will literally, like, link people, like, 10 different sources on why they're wrong, and they just still won't do anything. And by the way, I don't know why this is, but it is different when you play Edison format. I have no idea why. Like, in Edison format, you can just link them the rule, and they're like, oh, I see. This is why, you know, this is why you're wrong. And it's like, I'll show you what he's saying, because I have the chat blocked out. It is, like, really silly. Like, if it was me running Dueling Book, I would ban people like this. And I'm not saying that because, like, I'm on the other end either. Like, if you literally refuse to learn the rules of the game and just sit here and do this, like, you just shouldn't be playing. Obviously, like, in an ideal world, it's not that GOAT players are sweatier. It's the opposite of them being sweatier. It's literally the opposite. Like, sweaty players know the rules of the game, right? Sweaty players are like the quote-unquote rule sharks. You know, they're the ones that are gonna, like, do the opposite. Know the rules and be able to, like, you know, take advantage of them, if anything. And obviously, like, there's no judge online. But again, this is why... What time is it? This is why, like, it's just better to play Master Duel. Right? This is why, because, like, it just automates all the rules for you. Or even, like... Yu-Gi-Oh! Pro. Like, I haven't tried playing GOAT format on Yu-Gi-Oh! Pro yet. But, like, I kind of want to, just because of the fact that, like, it automating the rules, I think in many ways, like, could help a lot of things. Right? And it's, like, even though, like, I'm sure Yu-Gi-Oh! Pro, like, there'll be, like, some niche cases where it, like, gets a rule wrong, where, like, it doesn't understand how, like, Apprentice Magician works in GOAT format or something. Like, I don't know, like, which rules... There's probably at least one rule that it gets wrong, and I couldn't tell you what it is. But even with that being the case, it's probably, like, still better than Dueling Book, like, a lot of the times. Like, Dueling Book only works when everyone allows it to work, if you know what I mean. Like, all it takes is one person like this, and Dueling Book is just a garbage platform. And again, it's like, what bothers me, like, I don't expect everyone to know the rules as well as I do. But what I do expect is that we can have, like, a civil disagreement, and, like, one person just goes, hey, here's why I think I'm right, here's my source. And, you know, the other person can go look at your source and go, oh, I've read over that and I see why you're right. Or I read over that and here's why I think you're not right. And, yeah, LW, I actually agree about, like, Magic Online. Magic Online may be way better at Magic's rules, but that's, like... Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate that, like, I'm basically streaming, like, hey, here's why you shouldn't play GOAT format. I mean, that's effectively, like, what this game is. But yeah, it's, like... Someone, like, needs to figure out, like, a solution. I'm not even going to say, like, what I think the solution is. But it's like we have one game where the person just rage quits. Another game where the person just doesn't know a basic rule of the game. And by the way, what will normally happen here, like, say a judge comes online right now and tells my opponent that he's wrong. You know what will happen if a judge comes online right now and tells my opponent that he's wrong? He's gonna rage quit. So what happened is I entered my draw phase. My opponent delinquent duoed, by the way. And I kept MST in my hand specifically to play around my opponent's dust shoot, and my opponent just doesn't understand how priority works. He's like, no, you can't MST before I dust shoot. And by the way, what's also interesting is that in current format Yu-Gi-Oh, it would work the same way. Like, in both current format Yu-Gi-Oh and in GOAT format Yu-Gi-Oh, I could MST before my opponent's dust shoot. So it's not like a case of GOAT format being different. And a lot of GOAT format's rulings are that way, but then what happens is you'll link them to the ruling and they'll go, oh, well, that's how it works in current Yu-Gi-Oh, but, like, this is GOAT format, so, like, therefore the ruling must be different. And, like, 99% of the time, it's actually just not different, right? Like, good example of like a card like that is something like Spirit Reaper, where Spirit Reaper basically works exactly the same in GOAT format as it does in current format, and yet it still confuses people. Or even something like Curse of Darkness. Like, Curse of Darkness works the same way in GOAT format Yu-Gi-Oh! That it works as in current, and yet that card still confuses people. I could go on and on. There are like a bunch of examples. And yet people will just be like, well, it's GOAT format, so therefore, like, I don't believe you. And then you gotta, like, try to find them some source from, like, 2005 that says they're wrong. But yeah, like 99% of the time the ruling's the same as current. And yet people, like, just don't know any of the rules. It's, I don't know. But yeah, I just don't want to give this guy the satisfaction of him thinking like, oh, I was right and I got this guy to quit. This judge will come eventually. I have faith, guys. And if he doesn't come in, like, I don't know, yeah, the next like 45 minutes, we'll just go play Master Duel, where the rules are all automated. So honestly, it's like, here was like my solution that I had when I was, working on like my own dueling simulator, is that you literally have a link to rules like attached to the card. So like, say I wanted to look up a rule about Thunder Dragon. There should just be something right here that's like, oh, Thunder Dragon rules. And you click on it and it just pulls up all the rulings related to Thunder Dragon. And you could even, if you want, like, obviously since DuelingBook has both like advanced format and GOAT format, well, you could make the rulings that it links to different for both formats. But for most cards, it would be the same. And that would make everything so much easier, and it would save judges a ton of time, right? Because say a judge comes right now and makes a ruling, oh yes, you can MST before Dust Shoot, right? He makes that ruling, he logs that ruling, and then that ruling that he just made is automatically attached to the card's Mystical Space Typhoon and Trap Dust Shoot. And then next time the ruling comes up, it's like, oh, I click on Dust Shoot, I look up the rulings, oh, there you go, there's the ruling. We don't have to call a judge. And my opponent wouldn't have to, like, believe me, because it would literally be on DuelingBook, right? I'm not linking to some other website, it would be on DuelingBook. And that would, like, save just tons of labor. Like, I know that the judges aren't paid, but, like, hypothetically, if they were, that would allow DuelingBook to, like, save tons of money. But it's like, I think maybe they just don't care because they view the judges as free labor. Yeah, I mean, like, don't get me wrong, like, there's plenty of good sources to look up Yu-Gi-Oh! Rulings, too. But the problem is that either A, the person just doesn't believe you, because they think that, well, it's GOAT format, therefore the ruling must be different. Or, like, sometimes it's hard to find, like, the exact ruling that you're looking for, or, like, people can't extrapolate, right? So, like, for example, if there was a ruling that said, oh, you can MST before your opponent Dust Shoots in your draw phase, people wouldn't be able to extrapolate from that and go, okay, therefore, you could do the same thing with Book of Moon, right? Some people would not be able to recognize that. So yeah, it's like, I think one of the real problems with a lot of people, and this goes beyond like card rulings, by the way, this even goes for like just trying to get better at the game in general. A lot of people do not have a learning mindset. They have like a winning mindset, right? It's not about they want to learn about the game. It's, oh, I want to win, right? And that goes for rulings and other things. And what's ironic is that having a winning mindset in many cases actually prevents you from winning. Because when you're just focused on trying to get the win and not focused on learning, well, the learning is actually what makes you better and allows you to win more games, right? A lot of people, like, are kind of lost. You know, they're losing sight of the big picture is sort of what I'm trying to say. And it's like, that's part of the reason, like, people ask me, like, oh, how is it that, like, you, like, just started playing Master Duel and, like, you just instantly got to Master 1, which is, like, the top rank? How is that? How is it that, like, you can be away from the game for more than 10 years and just instantly get to Master 1? Like, how is that possible? And the way that it's possible is that I just focused on learning. That's it, right? Like, obviously, when I, you know, on day 1, I was just making absolutely idiotic plays because I'm trying to learn, like, well, how does the software work? What's the format? What's the meta? Whatever. And, like, if you have that kind of mentality, you can get good at, like, basically anything. So that's kind of my rant. I still have faith, by the way, that this judge is going to come. You know, if you guys want to discuss something else, you know, let me know in the chat. Go ahead and ask me anything. Like I said, the retro format on Master Duel. Oh. Let's see. I'll show you guys the chat just so you guys can see. See, I'm gonna move my mic here just to make it easier for me to type. And yeah, it wasn't like a case of, like, I drew, shuffled my hand 5 times, and my opponent then flipped Dust Shoot, right? It was like, he ended his turn, I went to my draw phase, and literally in less than a second, he flipped his Dust Shoot. And, oh yeah, by the way, Death Thanos or whatever, I almost never get a judge this quickly. Like, honestly, if I always got a judge this quickly every time I had a ruling dispute, I would probably play DuelingBook more. Because we waited, what? We waited, like, maybe, like, 10 minutes for a judge or something. That's actually, like, that's pretty reasonable. And of course, the judge says I'm right. And watch, my opponent is going to rage quit here. I am like 80% confident my opponent is going to rage quit. Well, first, my opponent's going to argue with the judge, right? My opponent's going to argue with the judge. And then after the judge says, sorry, buddy, you're wrong, then he's going to rage quit. 100%. All right, he's typing, guys. Yeah, Death, I would say that you are lucky. Okay, he sided in goats because it's worse. I'm actually amazed that my opponent hasn't quit. My opponent called me like a bunch of swear words, and then I think decided not to quit because he's like, screw this guy, I think I can beat him. Oh, all right. Okay. He is gonna set the death shoot. Oh man, man. I actually. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I actually kind of wanted to play a game. Oh, and I didn't mean to caps lock there. Although the caps lock kind of makes sense. But I was not trying to caps lock there. Oh no, and I definitely am gonna break the death shoot. I mean, it's just because I don't want my breaker to get snatched. All right, maybe the judge is gonna let us play a game. Oh, that's really unfortunate. Because I think, like... So don't get me wrong. From an objective standpoint, I think my opponent is favored in this position. But from the standpoint of my opponent is clearly tilted and I'm the better player, I think I would be favored here. But yeah, I think we got time to play, like... Okay, we got time to play, like, one more match, I think. And since I only think we have time to play one more match, I am going to go ahead and use Reasoning Gate. So I actually think, like, Reasoning Gate is one of the best decks on DB Ladder. Maybe not for tournaments, although I think it's fine in tournaments, too. But one of the reasons that I think it's very good in DB Ladder is a couple of reasons. One, people just call level 4 way too much. Like, you can activate a Reasoning while you have 2 Sacred Cranes in your grave, and, like, people will just still call level 4. It's that ridiculous. Secondly, like, a lot of people just don't have the right side deck cards against it. In the sense that, like, so, like, people will side something like Karibo, but, like, the problem is versus this kind of build of Reasoning Gate, Karibo isn't, like, super good. Like, don't get me wrong, if you have it in your side, you should bring it in. But, like, it's not an auto win, like, the same way that it is versus something like Cyberstein. Like, the real card that people need to side against decks like this is Jowgen the Spiritualist. But most people just don't come prepared with the Jowgens in their side. Like, here, Jowgen would be fine since we have, like, Torrential. But, like, you'd be surprised how often a Jowgen is just, is literally just an auto win. And I think I'm gonna Reasoning before I activate Graceful, just because, like, whatever I discard to Graceful is gonna make it easier for my opponent to call the correct level on Reasoning. And you'll also notice that I didn't Graceful on turn 1. Oh, my opponent actually called level 8. Well, he whiffed that time. So I think now we do Graceful. I don't think our opponent has Solemn here, but I'm gonna make sure that he doesn't Solemn our Graceful. Because again, I like to avoid ruling issues. Oh man, like, my whole hand is actually pretty sick. I guess we just discard, like, Air Knight meta. We don't really need meta, do we? Yeah, because our opponent's probably just going to call level 8 on this Reasoning anyway. If he called level 8 before, he's definitely going to call level 8 now. If he actually calls level 4 here, after we already put a level 4 in play, it's going to be absolutely wild. Okay, now he's calling 6. So I guess he's scared of Jinzo for some reason. Which, I don't know, maybe he has a valid reason to be scared of Jinzo. But that does tell us, like, our opponent's set is definitely a trap. It's not like Scapegoat. And we actually run 2 level 6s in this build, only because people almost never call level 6 on Reasoning. So I think we just got outplayed here. And then now I'll Pot of Greed. Oh, and now we have Dimension Fusion. Man, does our opponent have, like, a Torrential set himself? Because that's, like, the only thing I think I'm scared of. I don't know. We're just gonna not play around Torrential, I think. I think that's the game plan. And there's, like, a lot of good things we could get after. We could get off of Monster Gate. Like, Jinzo would be great. Democ would be great. Even Sacred Crane would be fine. And I think, yeah, because Air Knight's in our... Yeah, so we're going to get one or the other. And then... if we just get, like, a Heavy Storm, is he just dead? Yeah, I think he's just dead if we get Heavy Storm. And we can even Sork our own Democ in Dimension Fusion. Yeah, we just get back Heavy Storm and win, I'm pretty sure. Because, like, we know our opponent's back row isn't goats because he called level 6 on our Reasoning. And if he chains, like, I don't know, like a Raigeki break, I think he's still dead. That is actually the sickest mind game ever. I am not gonna lie. This is literally, like, one of the sickest mind games I've ever seen. only because our opponent called level 6 on our reasoning, making us think that he's scared of Jinzo, making us think that he doesn't have Goat Set, and then he actually just has Goat Set. The thing is, however, is that he's still dead because we can Sork our own Demock and then Dimension Fusion, get back Lightning Vortex, and attack for game. But that is actually, like, an incredibly sick mind game. Oh, did we have MST in our grave? I didn't even see the MST. I don't know. I must be blind. Let me make sure the math is correct. Yeah. We just go Demock for Vortex, attack for game. So yeah, we won on our first battle phase. And that's just the way it goes a lot of the times. Now, we did see main deck Goats, which makes me think we're probably bringing in at least one Token Thanksgiving. I don't know. I haven't, like... Token Thanksgiving seems good on the side, but I haven't really had a chance to, like, actually try it a lot. So I don't know how good it is. And because I don't know, like, what to side out, probably just going to side out, like, Upstart. I don't know. I'm being lazy here. I should probably be putting, like, a lot more thought into this side decking decision, but I'm just going one Upstart for one Token Thanksgiving. It's kind of redundant, because we're probably not going to need Vortex and Token Thanksgiving. And I kind of wish I had my own Goats. Like, low-key, Scapegoat is the best card in Reasoning Gate. I mean, it's not literally the best card. Like, it's not better than Pot of Greed, but, like, after, like, all of the broken staples, it's the best card in Reasoning Gate. But yeah, this hand is very rough. Like, we just have, like, a bunch of cards that don't do anything. Yeah, I have one to create. I mean, maybe you could put in more. I don't know. Again, I haven't put a ton of thought into the side deck. Especially when it's, like, just ladder. If I was entering a tournament, it's like, oh, I've got to make a bunch of metagaming decisions. Our opponent's playing a pretty cool deck, by the way. He's playing, like, the like, Paladin of... He's playing, like, a Blue Eyes deck, basically. And it's, like, tier 3, but it's still, like, a fun tier 3. Oh, and he's playing Rhoda. What does Rhoda even search in this deck? Like, just, like, a DD Warrior Lady or something? Zombira? How is... Zombira the Dark is, like, an awful card against Reasoning Gate. What? That... I am so confused. Like, that is literally the worst warrior that I could come up with against Reasoning Gate. Like, literally anything else is better. Because it just sits there and does nothing. What is this guy doing? I am massively confused. I mean, even if he's sided into warriors, again, it's like... Zombira is literally, like, the worst warrior in the game against Reasoning Gate. Because it can't attack directly, by the way. Just in case people... Maybe you're new to GOAT format and you don't understand why I said that. The reason why it is so bad is because it can't attack directly. Attacks over Crane. Yeah, you're not going to have very many chances to attack over Crane. Because, you know, when... Crane is... It's kind of funny. If I wanted to here, I could brain control my opponent's exiled and kill both. Problem is that, like, that's just not a good play, so I'm not gonna do it. Probably should have done this in the end phase. Well, I didn't know what I was going to draw. So I'm going to MST first. So if our opponent has goats, he can't chain it. What is going on? He sided in like Zumbira the Dark plus Royal Decree versus a Reasoning Gate deck. I have no idea what is happening. Like, our hand isn't very good, so like if our opponent had real cards instead of Zumbira the Dark and Royal Decree, he'd probably be winning this game. Man, blowback is like the last thing that I wanted. I would have like very much preferred like a Sacred Crane. I might even just tribute for Air Knight just because I want the card draw. I actually really want the card draw, so I think I'm just gonna tribute for Air Knight. And this is like definitely not a very great play. And it's ironic because now this is like the one situation where Zumbira the Dark is actually a great card versus Reasoning Gate. Is specifically to attack over this Air Knight. Although I will say it's like if he attacks over my Air Knight, that puts a light and a dark in my grave, so I could live with that. But yeah, this is like the only situation where Zumbira the Dark is good versus Reasoning Gate. And it'll be hilarious if he just has a second one. I mean, he might just have like premature burial, if I'm being totally honest. I could easily just see him going, oh, well, I guess if he has pre, the Blue Eyes White Dragon's the better target, so. Oh, that's annoying. Maybe he'll attack over our Air Knight because he wants to deal damage. Oh yeah, he probably actually will attack over Air Knight. So I take 41. I've got just enough to use Dimension Fusion. I don't know, I think Ash is like actually a pretty fair and balanced card in Master Duel. I mean, don't get me wrong, like, Ash, in my opinion, is one of the best cards in the game, to the point where you almost need to play 3 in everything, but I still think it's balanced. And I know to some people that will just sound like a contradiction, but it's still what I believe. So, yeah, I guess we'll just start off by trying to Sark our opponent's BLS. And obviously this makes our Dimension Fusion pretty bad at this point, but we might not be able to Dimension Fusion anyways. And I don't think I want to tribute for Jinzo. I think I just want to summon Crane and attack. Like, if our opponent's still on Manjus, like, Crane is bigger than Manju, so if our opponent doesn't attack over the Crane, the next turn we can tribute Crane for Jinzo, and then that's, like, 47 to our opponent's 45. So yeah, like, do we want a Reasoning? No, I think we want to tribute for Jinzo first. Now, keep in mind our opponent might not be dead here, so we want a Reasoning for extra damage. Okay, I guess he didn't have Goat set. So what time is it? Alright. So supposedly, Master Duel is going to, in 15 minutes, we're going to get the OG format on Master Duel. So I'll show you guys what I was thinking of building. If I really wanted to start my villain arc, I would, if I really wanted to start my villain arc, I would be playing Burn. The only reason I'm not playing Burn is because I think it's really boring to watch. Like, if you guys just saw me activate a bunch of Just Desserts and kill my opponent, like, that is just incredibly boring. Library FTK, on the other hand, is not a boring deck. It is not boring at all. But the problem is that Convulsion of Nature isn't in Master Duel, so we can't play it. Oh, so it's actually already active. Oh, coming... So, yeah, in 15 minutes. So, I'll show you guys what I've been working on. The list isn't finished yet. Now, those who are dedicated fans of ACP content will know that I am all about the gadgets. By the way, I want to play more than 40 cards. I just haven't figured out, like, which cards. Ideally, I think we want to be playing, like, around 44, 45. But this is what I'm going for. Now, this deck, it actually just gets shit on by Burn. But I'm just going to hope that people aren't playing Burn. Now, the other option, by the way, is if you want to see me go full D-Gen, here's what we do if we want to go full D-Gen. Both Ultimate Offering and Limiter Removal are at 3 in this format. So, yeah, if we wanted to actually just go full D-Gen, this would be our deck. The problem is that both Limiter Removal and Ultimate Offering are ultra rares, and I don't want to craft them. So, as much as I would really love to just dismantle people with Ultimate Offering plus Limiter Removal for game to attack my opponent for, like, 20,000 damage in 2004, I don't think I'm gonna do it. I don't know, unless I get enough people that just say, yeah, we really want to see you just OTK everyone with Limiter and Ultimate Offering. Then you could convince me. You might be able to convince me to craft these cards. But the problem is I'm already going to need... Well, I mean, you don't have to play Pot of Greed. Like, a lot of people don't. Just because they don't want to spend the points on it. I'm also not sure how I feel about Bottomless. So keep in mind, like, it's 2004 format with modern rules. So Bottomless Trap Hole actually does counter cards like Tribe Infecting Virus. Because it's using the current rules. It's not using old priority. So, like, you can Bottomless a Tribe Infecting Virus to stop them from killing a field full of gadgets. And same thing with, like, BLS, by the way. You can Bottomless a BLS before they use its effect. I'm, like, 90% sure. So, like, that's why I'm playing double Bottomless. But Bottomless is, like, kind of not great in the mirror. Like, in the mirror, you can still hit, like, a DD Warrior Lady. You can hit a Breaker. You can hit a Tribe. Yeah, I am aware that Mirage of Nightmare is legal, but I actually just don't think it's very good unless you're, like, playing a lot of synergy. Yeah, like, Painful Choice, like, imagine, because, again, I was thinking originally I was going to play Library FTK, and Painful Choice is actually, like, incredibly broken in Library FTK, but, like, it's not broken in this deck. Like, what am I going to Painful Choice for? Oh, I didn't open a gadget, so I'll Painful Choice for 5 gadgets. I don't know if Shield Crush is legal. I'm gonna look it up. So if you go to Yugipedia, you can see, like, when cards were released. The thing is, like, I don't know. Do we really want, like... Keep in mind that we can play 2 Crossouts and Change of Heart. So, like, how many ways to... like, deal with face-down monsters do we need? Right? Like, I don't know. I think Shield Crush is legal, but I just don't think it's good enough. So, let's see. Yeah, so Shield Crush is legal. You can play Shield Crush. I just don't think it's good enough, right? Because keep in mind, we have a lot of ways to deal with face-down monsters. We can Rhoda for Exiled Force, and we have 2 Crossouts, and we have Change of Heart. And we can change the ban list. Okay, so now you can see, like, that all of these cards are in fact legal. And in case you're wondering why I'm playing, like, 1 Solemn Judgment, I don't know, I might just craft another one. But that's another card that's, like, an ultra rare, so it's kind of expensive. I don't mind crafting stuff like Heavy Storm because Heavy Storm is playable in modern Yu-Gi-Oh anyways, so like I'm not really losing much. Change of Heart and Snatch Steal are also legal in modern Yu-Gi-Oh, but they're not very good. Oh, is Last Will seriously not in Master Duel? I don't know why it pulled up Xarian Universe. That's funny. Yeah, Last Duel's not in Master Duel. So that makes, like, Magical Scientist significantly nerfed. Like, I don't even think Magical Scientist is good in this format. Because DMOC has the modern text, so you can't, like, just reasoning into a DMOC and pop off. And you don't have Last Will to search your Scientist Catapult Turtle. So I actually think... It's actually amazing how, like, they just accidentally nerfed, like, all the broken decks. Like, Library FTK isn't good because there's no Convulsion. At least I don't think there's Convulsion. Yeah, there's no Convulsion, so you can't play Library FTK. There's no Last Will, so, like, you can't play Scientist. Like, the best, like, sort of actual, like, OTK combo deck you could play... I don't know. I guess it's, like, probably just... Is it Stein? It's either Stein or Empty Jar, right? I mean, you could also play, like, Chaos Return. Like, Chaos Return would actually not be terrible. Like, if you're looking for a deck that's, like, kind of, like, budget, I think Chaos Return is, like, a pretty decent candidate. Like, literally just the same Chaos Return deck you play in GOAT format, you can play in this format. I think, because you have Dekochi. Like, Dekochi is legal. Yeah, so you can play Dekochi and you can play Spy. Oh, yeah, and then, so Machiora is at 2, and Exchange of the Spirit is at 3, but they've both been nerfed. Like, Exchange of the Spirit is just an actual terrible card. So, yes, I did consider that. Oh, I thought Exchange was at 3. Okay, I guess it's at 1. But you'll notice it requires both players to have 15 or more cards. You can play Last Turn, but, like, I think last Turn is at 2 in this format, I think. Oh, no, Last Turn's not in Master Duel. So you just can't play Last Turn. Like, I don't know if this was intentional, but, like, again, they basically nerfed, like, all the OTK decks. I guess, you know what? Like, Ben Kai might actually just be the best combo deck if you were to play one. I don't know. Because here's the thing, too. So in this format, in the OCG, you could play Confiscation and Forceful Sentry, but I'm pretty sure they're just not in Master Duel, right? Yeah, there's no Confiscation and no Forceful Sentry. And Duo is just banned. And there's no Trap Dust Shoot either. There's no Trap Dust Shoot. I also wanted to play Time Seal and Gadgets, but there's no Time Seal either. Oh, I said Tim Seal. Yeah, so, like, it's actually, like, kind of fascinating because, like, a lot of the cards that people complain about in GOAT format aren't in this format. Like, there's no Delinquent Duo, there's no Trap Dust Shoot, there's, like, Trinity in general is heavily nerfed. And keep in mind, Sinister is also nerfed, which is, like, Sinister and Ring of Destruction are both nerfed, actually. So, like, I actually, like, I unironically think this format is more balanced than actual GOAT format. Yeah, this is before Magical Explosion. So, in this format, the most recent set is Flaming Eternity. So there's no Cybernetic Revolution, and there's no Lost Millennium. I don't think Lost Millennium really had any great cards anyways, to be quite honest. But anyways, I need to figure out what cards I'm adding to this deck. Shape Snatch, there is BLS, and I actually have BLS because you get it in the structure deck. So yeah, you get it in one of the structures. So I do have BLS. I wouldn't need to craft it. And I think you could play, like, kind of like a decent Chaos deck with something like BLS, like Mirage of Nightmare, probably even like a Chaos Sorcerer. I also think is Good Goblin Housekeeping at 3. Yeah, so good. You can play 3 Good Goblin Housekeeping. So keep in mind, I think, like, the quote-unquote, like, anti-meta deck for this format like, if people are being sweaty tryhards and they're all playing Burn, the anti-meta deck would be to play, like, Emergency Provisions plus Good Goblin Housekeeping and Mirage of Nightmare. So, like, against the non-Burn decks, your Emergency Provisions is actually, like, a decent card because it combos with Good Goblin Housekeeping and Mirage of Nightmare. And then versus the Burn decks, you can just use Emergency Provisions to gain, like, a shit ton of life points. So I actually think that's, like, a pretty good meta call for this format. Like, if you are just really looking to... Yeah, this is an event. So yeah, I think I want another Widespread Ruin. And I want to craft all foils. So let me just... I want to craft another foil Widespread Ruin. All right, there we go. I'll just dismantle some of these. So yeah, I'm not sure, like, what other cards I'm gonna play. Again, I want to get to, like, at least 44 cards. I actually also think, like, Giant Rat is decent. Because keep in mind, we've got some pretty good targets. I mean, we can search any gadget, which is, like, not ideal. But, like, we can also search, like, Injection Fairy Lily and Exiled Force. So I think we're probably just gonna play, like, 2 Giant Rats. And again, I wanna craft the foil ones. But yeah, this is, like, gadgets. I don't know, like, what my favorite deck of all time is, like, in all of Yu-Gi-Oh history, but, like, gadgets is definitely one of my top 5 favorite decks of all time. And this is, like, pretty different from, like, how I played gadgets, like, in the TCG or whatever. But I think this is gonna work for this event. And it might seem like we have a lot of monsters, like, oh, we have 18 monsters. But keep in mind, we have 18 monsters in what is probably going to be a 45-card deck. So it starts... Supposedly the event starts in 4 minutes. I might just craft, like, a second Solemn, just because Solemn is, like, a... How many Ultras am I going to need to craft? I'm going to need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, I only have enough for 4. I don't know. Maybe we're not playing Solemn. Or maybe I got to cut one of these other ones. What about, like, Heavy Storm? Does Gadgets really need Heavy Storm? Probably not, right? Because we're going to be so back row heavy. Yeah, I actually think we just cut Heavy Storm. And then we'll craft Solemn. But I still want, like, 2 more cards. Like, I think one card that people would be tempted to play is, like, Fisher. But Fisher is pretty bad in a format where 3 Scapegoat is legal. So I don't want to play Fisher. Also, keep in mind, Lightning Vortex is at 3. But, like, when you're playing gadgets, it's, like, so rare that your opponent is going to have multiple monsters in play that I don't think you want more than 1. So, yeah, I don't think we want more than 1 Vortex. I think 1 is okay, because you could kind of, like, hold on to it as a power card. I think Mirror Force is banned, right? Yeah, Mirror Force is banned. Which is kind of like a weird ban, because I don't even think Mirror Force is, like, that insane, to be totally honest. I don't know. Maybe we'll just go with Shield Crush. We already have, like, arguably too many monsters, so we're not adding more monsters. It's a question of, like, what spells and traps we're adding. I don't know. Maybe we just want, like, another Widespread Ruin. That's an easy choice. I'm just gonna take the easy way out. Will this go, like, 3 Sacco, 3 Widespread? Which, I don't know. To me, sounds like too many. But I literally can't come up with other cards. If Chaos is sufficiently popular, I also think we could just maybe cut, like, the Giant Rats for Kaikus. But I think a lot of other people are going to be playing gadgets, and Giant Rat is actually pretty strong in gadget mirrors. Just because you can crash into green gadget. And yeah, I mean, classic gadgets plays 45 cards. You definitely could cut a warrior lady. Again, realize that we're aiming for 45 cards. So like, yes, I know we're playing 18 monsters, but 18 monsters in a 45 card deck is like 16 monsters in a 40 card deck. But I see your point. We definitely could cut a monster. I'll also just go ahead and craft this tribe. But I want to finalize the deck list before I craft the ultras. So Shape Snatch, like Change of Heart, it's not that insane. Like, it's fine. Like, people are saying to add Shield Crush, and I think Change of Heart is better than Shield Crush. Right? Just because, like, if you Change a Heart to Magician of Faith, that's really sick. If you, like, change a heart, I don't know, like a Dakochi, like, that's pretty good. Like, in GOAT format, people play both Mind Control and Brain Control, and Change of Heart is, like, both of those cards put together. Like, it does both, right? So it does what Mind Control does, in that, hey, I can take a flip and use its effect, but it also does what Brain Control does. Hey, I can take your monster and attack you for game. So, like, Change of Heart, it's definitely not the best card in this deck. And I could play a second Rhoda, but we don't have that many targets, and it's an ultra rare, and I don't want to craft a second one. Yeah, I don't want to spend the ultra rare points on it. Because, like, Rhoda is limited to 1 in normal Yu-Gi-Oh!, so I don't want to craft a second one, especially when I don't even think it'll be that great. Yeah, so I think some of the people just got here. What I was thinking of, here is my idea. Both Ultimate Offering and Limiter Removal are at 3 in this format. So, like, I could, theoretically, play, like, 2 Ultimate Offering and 3 Limiter Removal. I could. However, the problem with that is that they're both ultra rares, and I don't have, like, enough ultra rare points to craft them all, and I don't want to pull out my credit card. So, yes, I know that, yeah, some people, like, weren't here, like, 10 minutes ago when I was talking about this. Yes, I know that you could play Limiter and Ultimate Offering. I'm well aware. I'm well aware that is a thing. I think we're just gonna go with classic gadgets, though, right? Like, the kind of stuff I was playing in, like, 2007. You know, good old fair dot deck. But yeah, we need, like, one more card because I want to play 45. Classic, 9 gadgets, 45 cards. We could play, like, Dust Tornado. I don't think we need Dust Tornado. I mean, we could even play, like, Raigeki Break. I think Wing Blast is better than Raigeki Break most of the time. Not to rehash that argument. I honestly, like, I wish we could play a 4th Smashing Ground. I mean, I know that sounds funny. I might just play Hammer Shot, actually, because I think Hammer Shot is better than Fisher. Yeah, Hammer Shot is legal. What about, is Soul Taker in this format? Oh, Soul Taker's legal? Oh, because in TCG, this didn't come out until, like, 2007. Okay, well, that's easy then. I might even just, like, save my crafting points and then just cut the Solemn and just go with, like, 2 Soul Takers. Yeah, Soul Taker is actually, like, really good. I think it's probably worse than Smashing Ground, but it's not worse by a lot. Like, it's basically just Smashing Ground number 4 and 5. And I tell you, when Soul Taker first came out in the TCG, It was like literally a $100 card. I spent like, I forget what it was. I spent like $70 or something so I could have like one Soul Taker in my gadget deck. That's just how much I was dedicated to the cause. So yeah, I think like, oh, we're probably gonna go with something like this. I don't know. Maybe I could cut the Change of Heart and just save the crafting points. I do want to play like an optimal deck though. I know most people like just won't craft the Pot of Greed, but you know what? I am a psychopath, and I am gonna craft the Pot of Greed. We could even just play 46 if we wanted to. The classic number is 45. I'm actually surprised that Secret Soul Taker is still $100. That surprises me like a little. So what do we think? Do we think the second Solemn is better than Change of Heart? I think like Solemn, I think it's good in this kind of deck, but I also don't think it's quite as good as some people think it is. However, Ring of Destruction has been nerfed in this format, and because Ring is nerfed, that actually makes Solemn a bit better. So I don't know. I think we'll probably just go with this. We're obviously going to play Snatch Steal, because it's Snatch Steal. Alright, screw it. I'll just craft the second Solemn. We'll just go with that. I still think Change of Heart is like a pretty good card. But it's like, it's definitely not mandatory. It's not like... Alright. We're gonna go play some games. So the format just opened up. And yes, I know I could add like an extra deck. I'm not gonna bother, guys. Yes, I know technically it's correct to put 15 random fusions in my extra deck so that I can bluff Metamorphosis. But you know what? On turn 1, they're gonna know I'm not playing Metamorphosis anyways. I actually kind of want to see what the loner decks are just for metagaming purposes. So what's like the loner gadget deck? Oh, they actually have one limiter. Shrink is in this format? Oh my god, I'm glad I looked at this now. Because we have to go back. We have to go back. We're playing 3 Shrinks. We are 100% playing a bunch of Shrinks. So yeah, probably like, I don't know, like we could cut some number of bottomless. I'm just gonna go ahead and craft these now. But yeah, Shrink is like pretty good. Again, that's another one. I remember when Shrink came out in like mid 2007, like how much better that made people's gadget decks. I mean, we might only need like 2. So we're definitely gonna craft like at least 2 of these. And now I feel bad for crafting the Solemn, because I could have just not crafted this second Solemn and then just cut it for Shrink. Shrink has to be better than Widespread Ruin most of the time, right? I mean, obviously we can play both, but like, I mean, I guess like Shrink isn't very good versus Recruiters. Like if we have a green gadget in play and our opponent summons Giant Rat and attacks, we kind of like hate our life if we have Shrink set. But like in every other situation, like Shrink is basically just like better Sakuretsu armor. Um, yeah, I don't know. Like maybe we just even like torrential, like I don't think is insane. Oh yeah, you're right. I need to craft Lily. Thanks for reminding me. So then it's like for the third shrink, because again we want to go with the classic like 45 cards. I might even, you know what? Because we kind of already have too many monsters, and like one giant rat feels so weird, but I might just cut like a giant rat. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna go with like something like this. We can change it later, obviously, but I think this is what I'm gonna go with. But anyways, I kind of want to look at like what the metagame is. So let me look over gadgets again briefly. Yeah, the loner deck has 9 gadgets in a 45 card deck. And it plays like 1 limiter removal. You actually get some pretty decent cards. Like you get Pot of Greed, you get Snatch Steal, and then you don't have to craft them. I wish there was some way to like buy the loner deck. You know what I mean? Like if you could spend like 500 gems and then just get like Pot of Greed and Snatch Steal and Injection Fairy Lily, that would be pretty nice. And then what is this? Just like, okay. Oh, it plays 2 return. That's important to note. So if we see like a bunch of like DD Warrior Ladies and DD Assailants, we have to watch out for returns. And again, I think Chaos Return is actually like a real deck in this format. Because like in GOAT format, I have to play 3 Shining Angels to search my 1 DD Warrior Lady. In this format, you just get to play 3 DD Warrior Lady. Which is... Okay, this deck just looks like garbage. Yeah, this is like an actual pile. Yeah, this is bad too. Because you have no terraforming. Like 3 Necro Valley with no terraforming, that is pretty rough, I'm not gonna lie. You are basically just hoping that you draw your, one of your Necro Valleys and they just never kill it. Alright, this deck is like, I don't know, this deck's okay actually. You could definitely cheese some people with this deck. You could definitely cheese people with this. And, wow, and you get Pot of Greed, Change of Heart, and Snatch Steal, and Premature. They're just giving you, like, all of the Ultras for free in this deck. And you get, like, Goat's meta. To me, this looks like one of the better loner decks, actually. And realize, like, even in normal GOAT format, I've considered playing Horus, just because, like, Horus level 4 is a surprisingly good card in formats where people play a lot of small monsters, right? Like just going, oh, I'm going to go Horus level 4, attack over your gadget, get Horus level 6. That is like pretty strong. Because like they just can't smash and ground it, right? Like they can't shrink it. They can't use smashing. Like so of the loner decks that I've seen so far, this one looks like the best. Like obviously you're playing trash like Luster Dragon, but it's got 1900 attack. Like it's not terrible. I don't even know what this does. Okay, I think Horus's Servant is, like, pretty bad. But, like, it is still a meta target, right? Like, I mean, that counts for something. Yeah, like, the Horus deck seems pretty good. I mean, this is not what this deck is. But I think Flip Control is pretty decent in this format. Like, just 3 Tsukiyomi, 3 Magician of Faith, like, 3 Mask of Darkness. Even, like, Marshmallow is good. I don't know. I might, like, if I'm not enjoying gadgets and I want to play something else, I'll probably just build Flip Control. Because Flip Control wants to play a bunch of Solemns, and I just crafted a second Solemn. And you can also easily play BLS in this deck. Is Marshmallow at 3? Is Marshmallow actually at 3 in this format? Man, that... Obviously, like, the tier 0 deck is Burn. and it's not close. It is not close at all. Because, like, it's a best-of-1 format, and you just get to play, like, 3 Marsh Wands, apparently. That is really dumb. Alright, so let's give it a shot. If I play anything other than Burn, I will have a good time. Oh, and let me switch here. Whoops. There we go. But yeah, of like the loner decks, I think the Horus to me looks like the best one. This is like a pretty decent hand, and also like opening 0 gadgets is fine because we'll draw a gadget eventually, right? Like, speak of the devil. Yeah, Breaker is really good against gadgets. Exiled Force is really bad against gadgets. Man, this guy has no fear. And we don't play Heavy Storm, which is unfortunate. Yeah, I think we just want to, like, blind MST. And, because, like, our opponent could have, like, a ring. He could have, like, a Raigeki break. And I just want to try to get lucky. Alright, well, we hit the Raigeki break. And it's asking us to pick zones, which is kind of annoying. I wish it would just... like, for this game mode, wouldn't tell us to do that. Oh, that is kind of rough. We are definitely off to a rough start here. I think our plan is we're going to, like, Wing Blast a gadget. Because, like, Wing Blast is actually pretty... it's pretty strong in gadget mirrors. So, and Exiled Force is pretty bad against gadgets. So, I'm just going to try to Wing Blast a gadget, discard Exiled Force, hope we top deck our own gadget, and, you know, pull ahead, I guess. But yeah, it is kind of rough when, like, our opponent starts with a gadget and we don't. Yeah, we'll take the 12. And we'll Wing Blast the red. I mean, we're behind like 1,000,000 cards. But, like, if we just top deck, like, a green gadget here, we're actually in a pretty good spot. Yeah, I don't want to snatch yellow. I would love to snatch green. So we'll just say go. Hopefully we don't get, like, limitered for game. Like, our opponent may very well just have 3 gadgets in his hand. Smiling Vagrants. I don't know what you're asking. Is there a link to this on your channel? Like, I don't know what you're trying to ask me. Don't worry, guys. Even though it's 2004, I'm still gonna play around, like, impermanence by putting all of my spells and traps in the right zones. But yeah, we'll see what happens here. Oh, he has Raigeki break. All right, I think we're just actually just gonna get destroyed here. This is Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. This is, I mean, just use Google. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, it definitely can happen. Like, obviously, it's Yu-Gi-Oh! And not chess. Like, you definitely do just lose this game. You know, these kinds of games. And I will say, it's like, gadgets are probably going to be, like, the most popular deck in this format, just because, like, it's the most obvious choice. It's... Oh, I mean, the mirror is fine going second. It's just... Alright, we lose. Like, it has nothing to do with going first, going second. It's our opponent had gadgets and we didn't. Like... Like, I would say I would probably be winning the mirror, like, maybe not 80% of the time, but I'd probably win the mirror, like, 70% of the time going second, because most people just don't know how to play it. And keep in mind, I haven't played gadgets since, like, 2009, but I have good memory. Alright, so I guess we're just not going to open a gadget again. We want to be playing around crossout. Do we want to be setting Saku or Ring? Well, I mean, Breaker is a thing, so I'm just going to set Ring. Yeah, I mean, Yu-Gi-Oh! Has a lot of RNG that Gadget Mirrors, like, really don't. Because there's so much redundancy, right? Like, everyone's deck is, like, 9 gadgets, like, 10 Sakuretsu armors, 10 Smashing Grounds. Like, there's not really any RNG there. And it's funny how I cut a Giant Rat because I thought I had, like, too many monsters. Are you shitting me? We're actually up against Burn. So these Sakus are gonna do nothing, so I just want to get some sort of value out of my Sakus. Yeah, it is going to be very difficult to beat Burn. I mean, it's possible, but like, oh boy, is it not fun? Especially when we're playing like Wing Blast instead of Raigeki Breaks. Like, this is the one matchup where Raigeki Break is just a better card than Wing Blast. And I want to save my Wing Blast for like a really big push. So I'm just not going to use it yet. I think we probably just say go. Opening with 3 gadgets is fine. Like, if you open like 3 gadgets and like 2 Sakus and a Smashing, you're fine. Like, in the gadget mirror anyway, right? Like, I'm not saying in every single matchup you'll be fine. Oh, so he's playing, like, Pac-Man. It's weird that he's playing Mobius in this deck. Like, it's actually just really, really weird. I don't know. Our opponent, like, just because we have double smashing, let's just do that. I still think we're just losing. Just because, like, our deck has, like, no outs to a level limit. I mean, it doesn't literally have no outs, but it has very few outs. And I wanted to save the Wing Blast for, like, a big push. And, like, yeah, it's really unfortunate. Oh, and I accidentally went to battle. Well, sucks to be me. Yeah, I think we're just losing here. And I have no idea why he's playing Dust Tornado and Pac-Man, but... Yep. I mean, another Wing Blast isn't the worst card in the world, I guess, but it's also not the best. Yeah, this is like really... We've literally drawn like every single dead card in this matchup. And, you know, I will say this is one matchup where Change Heart would be really, really nice. Just like change of heart, you know, this guy and kill the other one. He's just not going to attack with his Scarab. I think that's just a bad play. Well, we can Wing Blast the level limit and like attack over this. I don't know. I think I'm just gonna thin out my deck and not attack it, because the problem is if we just use all of our gas to just attack for like one turn, it's not gonna accomplish anything. Like, yes, our opponent gets to kill our green gadget for free, but at least we're thinning out our deck, which definitely counts for something. And yeah, I think like... Yeah, I think we have very little chance of winning this game, but I don't want to concede yet. I have no idea why this guy is not attacking. Man, I don't have Saku. I don't have Widespread. Well, now we do. I mean, at this point I have to, like, do this just because I don't want to die to Stealth Bird. Oh, I actually wanted to discard the Vortex, I think. Being a little too hasty. I wonder what that other set monster is. I guess it's just probably like another swarm of scarabs. I don't know. I mean, eventually, like, I guess probably at this point, the best draw for us is Breaker, right? Yeah, like, if we just start top decking, like, Breaker into Crossout, I think we could have a pretty okay time. Oh, and he actually attacked this time. And I forgot to Saku. That's actually kind of funny. Oh, having Snatch last turn would have been so good. Just because we could have snatched the Stealth Bird. Oh my god. Why do we have to draw this now? Oh, I hate my life. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I think I'm a little tilted by having to play this matchup. And it's not even like, you know, the swarm of scarabs isn't what I'm worried about. It's like the level limit area B. I imagine the set monster is just another swarm of scarabs, because that's the only thing that makes sense. I don't think there's a reason to bluff a back row. So we'll just say go. I'm not sure why he's end phasing that. Like, what did that accomplish? I'm trying to think. Do we have any way to, like, out a lava golem? I mean, our only out was, like, tribe, and that's already gone. Oh, solemn judgment, just what we needed. That, of course, is a joke. Yeah, I mean, I will say, like, if you are going for, like, maximum tryhard, burn is definitely, like, the optimal choice in this format, and it's not even close. It's, like, not even remotely close. Like, in my opinion, this is, like, a very suboptimal build of burn, but we are still getting absolutely destroyed by it. And at this point, I don't even think there's anything we can top deck that would save us. Alright, we'll just concede here. Yeah, it's... Realistically, like, I think burn is... Versus our deck, I think burn is basically like a 90-10 matchup. Especially since we didn't craft Heavy Storm. This is a good hand, actually. Like, if this is a gadget mirror, I think we're winning almost every time. So, if our opponent doesn't play Nobleman a crossout, the correct play is to set red gadget. Keep in mind, our opponent could be on the loner deck, and I don't think the loner deck has Nobleman a crossout. Like, it's 40 cards, which makes me think it could be the loner deck. I'm not saying it is, but it could be. So it's either we summon green gadget and pass. You don't want to attack with green gadget here, because it just gets, like, Saku'd and you're very far behind. So it's either summon green gadget, pass, or set red gadget, pass. Obviously, we're going to set back rows. But it's fairly close, actually. Since we have the Wing Blast in our hand, though, I think it's probably better to summon green. Okay, our opponent has Solemn set. Yeah, if we didn't have the Wing Blast in our hand, I think setting red would actually be better. that is a really good Ring of Destruction. Like, Ring is basically, like, the best card that he could have here. Because it deals with our green gadget and deals us damage, and unlike something like Raigeki Break, it doesn't require a discard. I mean, we can still win, of course, but, like, that's a very, very good Ring of Destruction. Yeah, we're not going to Solemn the Pot, especially since our opponent's other set back row is Solemn. He should be summoning Gadget, though, before activating Pot of Greed to thin his deck out and make him less likely to draw gadgets. And we're just going to take 25 here, especially since we have Solemn set, like, the amount of damage that we take isn't going to matter that much. Alright, let's see how many back rows he sets. If he sets, like, 4 back rows, that's going to suck. Oh, wow, he just did... What is his hand? Is his hand like 6 gadgets? I don't understand. And I think it is correct to smashing here. Like, you're just never going to get a ton of value out of smashing in the gadget mirror. It just is what it is. Yeah, his hand is... Like, his hands must be, like, at least 2 gadgets, if not, like, 3. I mean, it is what happens when you play 40 cards with 9 gadgets. Like, it's almost inevitable. And we're not going to Solemn this. To be honest, I think, like, our opponent should have considered even Solemning our red gadget last turn. I mean, it feels bad, but, like, sometimes, like, you gotta do what you gotta do, you know? So now we have the option to Wing Blast or Shrink, and we know our opponent has Solemn set. So I think what we want to do is Wing Blast the gadget, potentially bait out Solemn Judgment, and then if he Solemns, we get to Shrink, and then it's just absolutely a massive blowout. And if he doesn't Solemn our Wing Blast, that's fine too, right? Like... And I think we want to discard red gadget so that we can use yellow to search green and sort of cycle into our higher powered stuff. And you'll notice our opponent is ahead like a lot of cards, but card advantage really does not matter in the gadget mirror. Like, I mean, it matters to like a very minor extent. But it is like, it is mostly about, you know, quote unquote position. Yeah, Bottomless is not a great draw. Although I will say Bottomless countering Breaker is nice, because we wouldn't want to... You know, we wouldn't want to get breakered. I'm also really glad our opponent didn't have Torrential there. Like, Torrential would have been very good, because in these mirrors, like, what really matters is being, like, up on the summon. Right? So if our opponent Torrential our board and then summon Green Gadget, it's like, you know, not super fun. Okay, yeah, that's fine. So yeah, if he summons green and attacks, we're just gonna shrink. If he summons red or yellow and attacks, I think we just let the attack go through. Like, if he summons red gadget and attacks, I mean, it's close. It's actually pretty close. Because it's like, we can shrink and keep on the pressure, or we can just summon green and attack over it. But to me, like, summon green and attack over actually seems better. Like, if our opponent was at slightly less life points, like if our opponent was at 25 here, I think it would be correct to shrink. But because our opponent is at 53, I think we just kind of want to be playing more of like a grind game here. And being very conscious of like whose gadget trumps the other person's gadget. And again, like for our opponent, like, a pretty decent play for him would have been to set red gadget. Like, the fact that it has 1500 defense is actually way more relevant in gadget mirrors than I think a lot of people realize. No, I am not going to solve my own gadget. Thank you, DuelingBook, for asking. Yeah, so now we attack, our opponent's guy dies. And do we want to thin out our deck of DD Warrior Lady? Obviously, like, exile this trash. Yeah, I think I will just thin out the deck. Yeah, I really like our position here. It is going to be very hard for our opponent to really make anything happen. And again, it's like, at a certain point, what he needs to start doing... I mean, it's unfortunate because he's already used 2 of his red gadgets. But what he really needed to be doing was to start setting red gadgets and be walling on those. Especially if he has, like, 3 gadgets in his hand. There's, like, almost no opportunity cost. Alright, and I guess he's just gonna, like, play Smashing Ground and attack us. Which is fine. Oh, he's gonna creature swap? I mean, okay. I'll let it happen. And yeah, basically, I'll change my mode to auto, so it won't ask me if I want to shrink like nearly as often. Now it's interesting though. If we shrink now. Well, let's see. If we let's see. Let me think. If we don't shrink, we'll take some damage. Next turn, we'll summon Warrior Lady, attack. If he Saku's it, then we smashing, and then we're like kind of boned. All right, I think we do have to shrink, just because like if we don't shrink now, oh, I can't shrink in damage calculation. You have to do it before damage calculation? All right. I don't know the rules of Yu-Gi-Oh, I guess. But I actually wanted to shrink. Yeah, Graceful isn't legal. If this card is like a Saku now, it's like we might just lose. Oh, also, one thing that's like kind of funny is that you can use Shrink to dodge Bottomless Trap Hole. Like if our opponent plays Bottomless here, we just shrink it and it lives, which is pretty cool. Okay, so I guess the window where you use Shrink is before damage calculation. Oh, I could have. Okay, so yeah, I'll just bottomless this guy. Finally, we get some value out of our bottomless. It's gonna suck if our opponent like top decks a breaker. I'll just feel like an idiot. Oh, please Solemn. Please, he's considering it. Please Solemn this bottomless. Please, please, please Solemn this bottomless. Do we want to summon another Warrior Lady? Probably not. I think we're just trying to cycle into our higher powered gadgets. Red is going to search yellow, and the next turn yellow will search green. But yeah, our opponent is... If he takes both these hits, he's going to be in a pretty rough spot. Which it looks like he is. Like, I can't imagine what else. Alright, so I'm going to make a weird play. And it might not work out. I'm going to set Smashing because I think this opponent's set is like a Dust Tornado or an MST. Because it's the only thing that makes sense. I guess it could be another Solemn. It could be a second Solemn also. But I thought since he just wasn't using this back row here, I'm thinking like, okay, maybe it's a Dust or an MST. So I wanted to set the Smashing to bait that out. But it did not work. Oh, it is. I don't know why he didn't end phase it. Oh man, this guy's too good. I actually had the correct read, and I just wasn't able to bait it. I wasn't. That's what happens sometimes though. You make the right read, but it doesn't work out the way you think it does. I thought he was gonna end phase Dust like everyone always does. I guess this guy hasn't played like a lot of older formats, because like the people who play a lot of older formats, like they just can't resist using the end phase Dust on whatever the most recently set card was. So if he has one limiter, we're not dead. So we do it in the before damage calculation window. We probably just force a Solemn here, I think. And by the way, if he chains limiter here, I'm pretty sure the way it works is that limiter makes his guy go to 37, and then Shrink resets it to half the original attack. That was how it worked in 2007. I know because it came up in the top 8 of a regional. And he didn't Solemn. I guess this guy's just never going to use his Solemn, is he? And now it's like... Here it's like, do I want to play around Torrential, right? Because if I play around Torrential and this card is something like a Saku, then I don't win. Right? Let me think. Worst case scenario, we summon our guy, gets Torrentialed. Next turn, he summons a gadget and attacks. We widespread, and then we just keep going. Yeah, I think we are going to not play around Torrential. Because of the fact that even if we get Torrential, it's not like we lose. Right? So we're going to summon our guy. If he doesn't have Torrential, we win. And if he does have Torrential, we probably still can win. Oh yeah, as far as, like, Thunder Dragon Chaos, not only is, like, not having Graceful a massive hit, but not having Duo is also a massive hit. Because a big part of the reason to play Thunder Dragon is that it makes people's Duo worse. And Sinister Serpent is nerfed, which also makes the deck a lot worse. So, it's weird how, like, they accidentally nerfed, like, every GOAT format deck that people hate. Like, Thunder Dragon Chaos is nerfed. Library FTK is nerfed. The only thing that, like, completely didn't get nerfed at all is Burn. So yeah, like, I actually just think, like, Thunder Dragon Chaos is just actually a bad deck. I know that sounds like maybe it's just me being biased, but with no Graceful, no Duo, and Sinister getting nerfed, it's not what I would do. Alright, so we have no Gadget, but on the plus side, we do have Pot of Greed. And as it turns out, Pot of Greed is a pretty good card. And our opponent's setting a monster. Okay, I won't complain about that. And we have X. Let's just see what this pot gets us. Yeah, and a ratted Demok, exactly. So I think we have summon Exiled. What's interesting is that Exiled doesn't... As far as I'm aware, we do not have priority with Exiled. So, like, if our opponent had a Bookemon here, he could definitely counter our Exiled. And I'm just going to thin out the deck, just because, like, I want to increase my odds of, like, drawing into a gadget or something. Alright, should I just go full retard here and just set all my back rows? Yeah, why not? We'll see if it works. Heavy Storm is in the format, but not everyone is even going to craft Heavy Storm. So yeah, I'd imagine, like, I don't know, maybe like 2/3 of people's decks will have Heavy Storm in them. If I had to guess. Just kind of a wild guess. So last turn he set a Reaper. There's no spells in his grave, so, like, Magician of Faith isn't, like, a big concern. Soul Taker's not an awful draw. I mean, we could, like, Wing Blast and put on the pressure, but I don't think we want to get, like, quite that aggressive just yet. Magic Cylinder. Are we up against Burn again? Oh. I mean, I'm not gonna chain anything, I don't think. And I still don't think we want a Wing Blast. It might just be like a random deck with Cylinder in it. I think, like, doesn't one or two of the loner decks has Cylinder, right? That's not Burn? I don't know. I'll just hope it's not Burn, or at least not a good Burn deck. I guess it was bottomless, right? It's not really like a great reason not to bottomless. I mean, we could just let the Azura trade for the Warrior Lady, but like I kind of want to start dealing some damage. And Mirror Force isn't in this format. So like, yeah, we can just summon the second Warrior Lady and just start attacking. Which is like kind of nice. Like we're up on cards, so we want to like convert those cards into, you know, a win condition. All right, he's gonna flip our other Warrior Lady down. That's fine. Main phase 2, we're gonna flip our Warrior Lady up to play her on crossout. And yeah, he might just be playing the loner deck because the flip control loner deck, I think it has like 3 Tsukiyomi, 3 Azura, and I think it had Magic Cylinder. I think. Oh, that's brutal. That is such a good change of heart. Do we want to solemn it? Do we actually want to solemn it? I am going to solemn it. Still really good, though. It forced out our solemn. Oh, top deck crossout. That's a good card. I'm not gonna lie, I haven't been like super impressed with like the Soul Takers and Smash and Grounds. I mean, obviously I've only played like a few matches, but like these cards are like shit against burn. They're shit against like just a lot of the passive decks in general, and it's like they're not even that great in the gadget mirror. Oh, and now he can look through his whole deck. Yeah, it is the loner deck. It is the loner deck. Does this deck play Snatch? It does play Snatch. I'm just going to take all the time in the world. I'm just going to rub it in. I'm just going to sit here and look at his whole deck. Oh, and I think also the deck... Doesn't it have 2 Marshmallow? I think it does, which means he has a Marshmallow in his hand. Is that what it means? I don't know. I forget. I'm trying to remember what other traps it has. Creature swap would also be pretty insane. Oh no, if he swaps, we can chain Wing Blast on his monster. And has Giant Shade. I'm just gonna sit here and rub it in. Just because I'm a terrible human being. Alright. I've gotten tired of that. But the good news, though, is we got rid of all the Faiths. Let's see. Do we want to, like, Wing Blast and Time Walk him? I mean, we could consider it, to be honest. But I don't think I want to quite yet. I think I want to see what he does on his next turn. If he just, like, sets a monster and says go, then we'll probably attack him for 15 and then Time Walk him. Yeah, that's fine. Like, okay, he trades with one of our Warrior Ladies. Go ahead. Have at it, buddy. I mean, we could Saku, though. Are we ever going to get a better Saku target? Probably not. I don't think we are going to get a better Saku target. We'll just keep the pressure on. Because next turn we can attack him for 3k, Time Walk him, and then attack him for 3k again. Maybe. Yeah, I mean, we could realistically, like, play Mobius in our gadget deck, right? I hate the fact that you have to metagame for burn. I really do. Like, I actually hate it. That metagaming for burn is a thing. Alright, well, our opponent disconnected. I don't know if this is a rage quit or what. I don't know, should we play something else? Maybe I should build, like more of, like, an actual control deck. Oh, my wife just got home. I'm still streaming. Just letting you know. Yeah. So here's, like... I'll show you, like, kind of the idea that I had. And I love how I just can't do any of my missions in this mode, because there's just... Okay, I guess technically you can fusion summon a monster with polymerization, and I could also ritual summon a monster to do these missions, but realistically I'm not going to. But anyways, like... Here's, like, kind of my idea that I had, like, as a meta call. It's like good goblin housekeeping, emergency provisions, like Mirage of Nightmare, and, like, just general good cards, right? Like, this deck would definitely play something like BLS. And, like, we're gonna play, like, Sinister Serpent. Oh, I didn't even know I already had Sinister. And, like, you know, Magician of Fit. It's literally just, like, a good cards deck with, like, emergency provisions, good goblin housekeeping, Mirage of Nightmare. Oh, I already added Mirage. Sorry. Oh no, we want MST though. And it's like, I don't know if this deck is good, but, like, I think something like this could be decent. And then it's like the other idea I had was, like, just play flip control. I don't know. If you guys want me to, like, try building something else, let me know. But, yeah. For now, I'm just gonna try playing more of this. Yeah, you could play Stein too. And I think Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon is in this format, right? Which is, like, it has 300 more attack than Master of Oz. I mean, it counts for something. It's unfortunate, though, that, like, in this format, Stein is just basically not searchable by anything, because Sangit is banned, and Last Will isn't in Master Duel. So it's like, if I played Stein, I would kind of want it to be searchable. I mean, like, Mirage and Nightmare, again, like, some people said, like, oh, why aren't you playing, like, Mirage and Nightmare in your gadget deck? It's like, well, because it doesn't really do a whole lot. Right? Like, okay, if you have exactly MST, it's a good card. And, like, that's basically it. So it's like, Mirage and Nightmare in general, it's like, in a vacuum, it's not that great of a card. It's just all of, like, the synergy cards that make it a good card. That's fine. I guess we should have, like, random MST'd then. Is that what he's trying to tell us? Oh, and I think Fiber Jar is also legal too. Like, you have one Fiber, one Morphing, one Cyber Jar. Yeah, it's not searchable. I mean, okay, I guess you can literally play different dimension capsule, but that's like, that's not real. But yeah, like, emergency provisions also combos with Good Goblin Housekeeping. That's why I was saying, like, you can kind of play all of them. Oh, that Snatch is really good for me because I have Giant Rat. Oh, this is a huge misplay from him. Why would he Snatch here? Only because, like, doesn't he want to level up his Horus? I think our opponent might be not the best player. I'm gonna put it nicely. He might not be the best player. Yeah, because now it's like we just kind of end up shitting on this guy. And we search Injection Fairy Lily. Oh. What? Did I accidentally not use the effect? Well, my bad. Alright, guess we probably just lose then. Yeah, now he, and now he even gets a Horus level 6. Alright. Shows who the real idiot is. This was all part of his plan, I think. I actually might, no. See, normally I would take the damage here, but I'm worried his set is Royal Decree, so I kind of have to Wing Blast this turn. And, yeah, discard the Cross out, I guess. Yeah, I mean, we're definitely playing, like, hard mode here. Oh, and we top-decked another red gadget. That's unfortunate. Obviously, if I could see the future, I would have discarded the other card to my Wing Blast. I will say if this attack goes through and, like, he just doesn't really have anything. Oh, he has Pot of Greed and Snatch Steal. Alright, I'm just gonna... I don't want to play this game anymore. I'm just gonna scoop. If we used our Lily, we would have been fine. I was just clicking too quickly. Which is kind of silly, because you have all the time in the world in this format. I keep thinking it's like modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Where you have to, like, do all of your plays in less than 5 seconds, so you're gonna time out. How is it that, like, we just never open any gadgets? Like, how many... I mean, someone can run the numbers, but... yeah, you are actually supposed to open gadgets in your gadget deck. Alright, this is probably Gadgets himself, because the Gadget Loner deck has Mechanical Chaser. So what do we want to do? Like, I don't think I want to use Tribe yet. I mean, we could just go aggressive with, like, MST Snatch. I don't know. Our hand isn't that good, so, like, I kind of want to go aggressive. What could he chain? What is he thinking about chaining? Okay, yeah, he can set a card from his hand. Who cares? Such a sick card to hit, too. Now he doesn't have Dust for our Snatch. We also have Bottomless for a potential breaker, which is a pretty nice bonus here. I don't know, I actually think Bottomless isn't that bad. I want to cut the Soul Taker for the second Giant Rat, though, and I just keep forgetting to do it. Alright, we need to set everything in the opposite column to play around our opponent's impermanence. Alright, I don't know why he scooped. Game wasn't over. Oh, I got a free pack of Forbidden Liberated. Maybe it has something good. Oh, I got an Ultra Rare. I think I already have one of those. Yeah, but that's a good card to get. And we got a foil thing. Alright, let me change my deck, though. Because I feel like... Yeah, I feel like this Soul Taker needs to be a Giant Rat. I feel like that's pretty significant improvement. I mean, it's... Jose, it's not GOAT format, but it's like... Realize that, like... Yeah, like... Even, it's funny. Here's, like, my hot take for, like, modern Yu-Gi-Oh! I think the whole language of, like, starter, extender, whatever, I think that language is very outdated, only because Yu-Gi-Oh! Has been power crept so much that, like, cards are just both starters and extenders, right? Like, take a card like Rogue Doll and Gimmick Puppet. That's just the first example I came up with. Well, is that like a starter or an extender? Well, it's both. Take like Fiendsmith Engraver. Is that a starter or an extender? Like, it's both. And then, of course, in 2004 Yu-Gi-Oh!, the language is kind of bad for, like, a different reason. But realistically, realize now we have 9 gadgets and 2 Giant Rats to search them. And again, I think, like, statistically, like, we've just been on, like, kind of the wrong side of variance. Like, this is a more typical hand. See how I add 1 monster to my deck and I just instantly open this. This is this is why, like, again, in 2007 or whatever, people play like 45 cards with like 9 gadgets and like 16 total monsters. Because the thing is like, if you just have 1 gadget in your hand, you don't need any other monsters. Right? Like, how if we could sort of change our hand, how would it be better? Well, if like we just had 1 gadget and these other 3 monsters were like Sakuretsu Armors and Smashing Grounds, our hand is like 1,000 times better. Alright, so our opponent's set monster could be DD Assailant. Could also just be something else. I will say DD Assailant is one card that, like, Shrink is pretty bad against. Because, like, they attack into your gadget, you shrink it, and your guy still dies. This is going to sound weird, but I think I'm just going to, like, summon Giant Rat. And attack, just because I want to see what it is, mainly. Although, if we, like, top deck a Nobleman, a Crossout, then I'm going to kind of look like an idiot. Alright, that's fine. I don't know, maybe we shouldn't have attacked. You could make the argument that attacking was not what we want to be doing there. Alright, that's fine. I'm really happy to get Heavy out of the way. Berserk Grill is a pretty good card. It sounds like he's... If I had to guess, I'd say he's on, like... kind of like an Earth aggro return deck. Like Berserk Gorillas, DD Assailants, etc., etc. And... yeah, we'll just go ahead and summon green. Yeah, we'll just go ahead and attack. Just in case he has Solemn, I'm gonna shrink in the first window, so if he Solemns, we can shrink again. Man, another Dust Tornado? Or Heavy Storm, rather. Yeah, that kind of sucks, just because it's like, we opened, like, more than half monsters, and then our opponent had, like, 2 spell or trap removal cards, which is just really not what you want to see. Yeah, now we, like, draw another... This is, again, like... Yeah, this is why, this is why, like, you can't play, like, 9 gadgets in a 40-card deck. Like, you just can't, realistically. Like, basically, we have to hope that, I don't know, like, our opponent just doesn't really have more monsters, or we just top deck Smashing Grounds for them. Yeah, like if we top like a Smashing Ground or a Snatch Steal. Oh, Torrential's actually a really good card. Yeah, we want to thin out the deck. Come on, summon. Summon. Summon, you know you want to. Summon. Summon. You're 100 short of game. There we go. And yeah, that was a massive misplay on part of our opponent. Like, obviously, as a minimum, you always want to summon before you Snatch Steal. Like, in some of these games, you can definitely tell the people who just haven't played old formats before. I think we want to summon green only because if we top deck a red gadget, then our green gadget will have nothing to search. I tell you, Wing Blast, it might be good or it might not be good. Like, if our opponent just summons another Berserk Gorilla and we Wing Blast it, we'd probably be like, whoa, bet you wish that was a Raigeki break. And it's like, yeah, in this scenario, I do. Okay, Smashing Ground, let's go. I'm happy to see that. Oh, we are definitely not Wing Blasting this. I mean, it is unfortunate because at some point our opponent can just top deck a return and kill us. Our plan is basically just to top deck Solemn before our opponent top decks return. That is the plan. And our opponent already used heavy, right? Yeah, he used heavy on like turn 1. So yeah, this is like one of these games where we are definitely up on cards, right? We're, in terms of like resources, we have way more cards than our opponent, but we have a lot less life than our opponent, and our opponent has a card that just flat out kills us. So this is definitely still anyone's game. And yeah, this is basically like the closest thing to OCG GOAT format. Man, Pot Agreed. Look at this guy just casually top decking Pot Agreed. All right, I don't like our chances as much anymore. I do not like our chances. Okay. And being at 100 sucks just because, like, obviously we're gonna ring this guy, but, like, we're just now at the point where, like, we just die to anything, you know? Because that's how being at 100 life works. And it's like, if I knew this card in our opponent's hand was not a monster, I would be happy to just Wing Blast the back row and Time Walk him. But, yeah, it's... Yeah, I actually think, like, we're just probably gonna lose. Like, if this card is a return, we lose. Any monster, we just have to Wing Blast, or else, you know, or else we lose. The Pot Agreed is very good, and, like, the Berserk Gorilla was also very good, because if our opponent, say, like, summoned a DD Warrior Lady instead of a Berserk Gorilla, we still would have ringed it, but then we'd have 500 more life points, which would actually, I mean, be quite helpful. Like, being at 600 is very different than being at 100 here. It's funny, because if we had, like, Wing Blasted and just summoned Warrior Lady and attacked, we would be 100 off of game. But, you know, what can you do? What is our opponent's back row, even? That's what I want to know. It might be like Ring. Ring would kind of make sense, because Ring would just be like a dead card. Like, he legally can't activate a Ring of Destruction here. I mean, I don't think it's Saku, right? Yeah, I'm just gonna, well... Being at 12 versus being at 9 is basically the same thing, yeah. So we'll just use the effect first. If our opponent had, like, slightly more life points, we would probably just try to attack for 19. Oh, hitting a Magic Drain, that's huge. So now I think we just attack, and then we just Wing Blast whatever he does next turn, and then attack for game. So now we need to decide whether we want to Wing Blast the monster or the Speller Trap. I think, let me see. I have what? I have one green gadget left? All of my reds are gone. Oh, we still have one green left. Yeah, we don't need both yellows. We only need one yellow. This is another scenario, though, where it's like, do we want to play around Torrential or do we not? Well, since we top deck the Saku, now we can just not have to worry about playing around Torrential. Yeah, it was actually like a really close game. That was a little too close for my taste. Our opponent had a lot of chances to just top deck a Return and beat us. That's what Return does, though. Like, Return is a good card. And like I said, I think Chaos Return is actually, like, one of the better decks you can play. I think Return is, like... Is Return an ultra rare? I feel like it is. Let me see. Is Return an ultra? Oh, no, it's only a super. Yeah, so, like, I actually think, like, if you're looking for, like, a more, like, budget-ish deck, I think you basically just, like, play this, but with Chaos stuff instead of all the Earth stuff. Because you still get to play 3 Spy, 3 Dakochi with Crossout, and you get to play 3 Warrior Lady. It's basically just... You basically just play the same thing you'd play in GOAT format. You know, I will say, too, it's like, this might sound weird, but in the TCG, there was never a point in time where you could play Gadgets without Cyber Dragon. And playing Gadgets without Cyber Dragon, like, it feels different. I can't really explain it, but, like, you can't be quite as aggressive with Gadgets as you used to be because you don't have Cyber Dragon. And it also does make limiter removal a little bit worse. Because there would be times, like, with Gadgets where you just go, like, oh... Special Cyber, play Green Gadget, limiter removal, like attack you for 7,000. And it's like you can't do that here. So I think this is like probably another loner deck. This was, from what I recall, this looked like the worst one to me. And if it's the worst loner deck, that means I'm probably going to lose to it, because that's my life. I don't think we want to Rhoda quite yet. Like, I think we want to attack. If we can't kill this monster in battle, it's fine, because we can just set Torrential. I'm also not going to play around Morphing Jar, because I think it's like an ultra rare. He just set Magician of Faith with 0 targets. Great job. Great job. I don't know, maybe we should be using Rhoda here, just because, like, I think this polymerization deck, it plays like Dark Paladin, right? And Dark Paladin negates spells. So, like, we probably wanted Rhoda just so, like, Dark Paladin can't negate it. Okay, well, our opponent just has an actual pile of shit in his hand. And I will summon the green gadget just because, again, we only have 1 red in our deck that is left. So I want to search it before we draw it. And yeah, this is like a more typical gadget hand. Like, it's funny because the first few games, we just didn't draw any gadgets and everyone was like, oh, 9 gadgets in a 45 card deck? Like, you're just never going to draw your gadgets. It's like, no, we are. No reason to set the second Saku. I'd rather just play around Heavy Storm. I don't know if this deck has Heavy Storm in it, but we're very far ahead, so I don't want to, like, overextend. No need to, like, throw the game. What is he doing? Okay. Oh, I guess he has, like, BLS? That would make sense. Oh, no. I don't know what he's doing. I thought, like, okay, maybe he has BLS here. Let's see. 28, we need 2,000 more. We do not have 2,000 more. Alright, I guess our opponent was trying to unlock the kill yourself achievement. I don't think that's an actual achievement, but yeah, that was not really much of a game there. It's unfortunate, you know, we've gotten all the rewards. Really, we have no incentive to keep playing, but I want to keep playing. Oh, that's... Yeah, I didn't know you could drag and drop to attack. I knew you could drag and drop to set traps, but like it felt awkward to me. I don't know how to explain it exactly, but it just didn't like feel smooth, if that makes sense. Yeah, this is the classic no gadget hand again. I think like every game we've played, we've either opened multiple gadgets or zero, right? What is our opponent trying to say here? Is he trying to say he has Morphing Jar? I don't know, I guess we'll just set like Saku, Wing Blast, and MST, and Sego. I mean, there's not really much else we can do. Yeah, it's not really the end of the world. I hope our opponent just says go. Alright, that's fine. We'll just kill it with smashing next. Alright, it seems like he's just playing the return deck. I mean, the return deck does seem like a pretty good deck. Probably either that or Horus is the best deck. Best of the loner decks, that is. It's unfortunate that he hit our Saku too. Yeah, we're just drawing like just actual piles of trash every turn. Like literally every game we've played, it's either been all monsters or no monsters. And it's really unfortunate, to be quite honest. It's really unfortunate. And it's like, I still think we can win this game. Like, if we top deck a gadget next turn, I think we're in a good spot. I guess it was Wing Blast to the DD Warrior Lady. Discarding Cross out, because I don't think our opponent's going to be setting monsters anytime soon. Torrential would be nice. I mean, I think we just go Rat Crash, search Gadget, Gadget Attack, shrink the Tribe. Is that the play? And I don't know, I guess just MST something, just because. I mean, hitting solid isn't terrible, I guess. We could search Lily, but I think Lily is pretty bad here. Okay, we just lose. Yeah, it's like... I tell you, Saku, like, isn't even supposed to be a good card versus our deck, but, you know, it is what it is. Yeah, I mean, Smashing Ground doesn't target, so if he wanted to Solemn the Smashing, like, you know. And if he summons Warrior Lady and attacks, I guess we don't have to shrink. And I will say, it's like, you know, we talked about, like, Shrink, like, oh, it's just better than a card like Widespread Ruin. And it's like, well, it's not if you don't have a monster in play, that's for sure. What can we even top deck? I think we need to top deck, like, Pot of Greed into the nuts. I think that's what we need. Alright, we're just... well, I guess we're not technically dead. And our opponent won't play around Torrential because no one plays around Torrential. So if he summons a monster, we are dead. Yep, no. Why would he play around Torrential? Why would anyone ever do that? I love... He's playing around Mirror Force, which is literally not even legal in this format. And he's... he's playing around a card that's not legal in the format. But he's not playing around the card that is legal in the format. It's a little funny. You have to admit it. It's a little funny. Believe me, I wish Mirror Force was legal, but sadly, not the case. Yeah, it's... Pot of Greed into the nuts. Ah, no, it didn't do it. So for those who are just getting here, this is October 2004 OCG format. The most recent set is the Lost Millennium. So it is very... It is similar-ish to GOAT format. There's actually like kind of a lot of differences, but it's like the closest thing Master Duel is ever going to get to GOAT format. This is decent, I guess. Yeah, this is kind of like a mid-hand. Like, it's not great, not terrible. I think we're just gonna set Torrential and pass. Okay. Yeah, I will say it's like people are... Mystic Plasma Zone. Okay, that I did not have that on my bingo card. I did not have that on my bingo card at all. What are we gonna do? Just like... Probably just Tribe, pop the Tomato, discard a Warrior Lady, set Shrink. I mean, that seems good. And yeah, notice we do not have priority on tribe. Because it's, you know, the modern rules engine. Okay, he's playing Interdimensional Matter Transporter. That is a very good card. I don't think this is one of the loner decks, is it? I don't recall seeing Mystic Plasma Zone in any of the loner decks, but I could be way off. I'm pretty sure Goblin Zombie is not legal. It's probably close to being legal. It's probably like a year or two off. But yeah, it's like that Interdimensional Matter Transporter actually just hard countered our whole play. Just because the plan was to have Shrink to protect Tribe, and now he's just getting his tomato back, so it doesn't work. Yeah, I'm just gonna, like, get wrecked by just these ridiculous decks. And now, like, our Injection Fairy Lily is just gonna be a horrible card, because we're just gonna take way too much damage. Yeah, it's like, obviously, if we do, our opponent had, like, Interdimensional Matter Transporter set, we would have done, like, a totally different play, but that's not exactly a card that you that you normally play around. Breaker would be really sick. MST would be really sick. Gadget would not be helpful. Okay, so the good news, though, is that we can't just summon Warrior Lady and attack over the Marauding Captain. I mean, it's not great, but better than nothing. Oh, Goblin Zombie is legal? Because I know in... When did it come out in TCG? It came out in, I want to say, like, August 2007 is when it came out in TCG. So I guess in the OCG, it came out, like, 3 years earlier. I knew it came out earlier, obviously. But I didn't realize it was that much earlier. So yeah, you can play Goblin Zombie, but I don't see, like, what the payoff would be. Oh my god, our opponent is Soul Taker. Alright, I guess we just lose. Like, we're just dying to random monsters. I guess we Shrink to not die. Yeah, I don't see how we're winning this unless we draw, like, I don't even know what, like, Snatch? Snatch is probably the best card we could draw. Alright, yeah, we just lose here. Yeah, we actually just got demolished. Like, our opponent just somehow managed to hard counter, like, every single play we had. So yeah, I don't know, like, I don't think my deck is metagamed, like, super well. After this game, I think I'm gonna try to build something else. I think we're gonna try, like, my emergency provisions good goblin housekeeping theory. Yeah, this is like another hand with no gadgets. Every game we've played, we've either opened no gadgets or multiple gadgets. I wonder actually like what the optimal number of cards is to minimize the chances that you open 0 gadgets or multiple. Because obviously, like, if you play more cards, less chance of opening multiple gadgets. But if you play more cards, also less chance of opening, one gadget. So it would be a fun math problem to do. I'll do it after the game just because it gives me an excuse to be a nerd. I don't know what our opponent is doing here. Okay, he thought really hard about setting his 1 back row, I guess. Yeah, I think we don't want a breaker. Especially because, like, since burn is so common in this format, ideally you want to save breaker for, like, a high value continuous thing, like level limit or wave motion cannon. Until we know our opponent's not playing burn, that is, right? Like, once we have confirmation that he's not playing burn, then we can just kind of do whatever we want. Or even saving breaker for snatch is pretty good too, obviously. It's not really the end of the world. If he summons a guy and attacks us, we'll just play Smashing Ground. Yeah, I'm feeling good about this game. Okay, now I'm definitely feeling good about this game. Okay, this is real life, apparently. Alright, he can do that too. This guy's just all in on warriors. Playing the A-forces. What is he? The trickies in this format? What is going on here? I mean, I don't think Tricky is very good, but that card, like, in the TCG, when did that come out? Like, 2008? Someone go look it up. Tell me when it came out in TCG and OCG. I think it came out 2008. I think I'll just go pop the A-forces and go smashing attack. Seems like a good play. I've actually also been surprised by how many situations I would have liked to have a lightning vortex. Like, I thought vortex would be this, like, kind of situational card, but because people are just so aggressive, like, it's actually not. Like, in 2007, a lot of gadget decks, like, didn't even play the one vortex that was legal. Ooh, widespread, that's a good card. Alright. Battle. Mirror wall, okay. So it's, yeah, it only has stuff when they attack, so when it comes back to my monsters are going to be back to their full stats. Yeah, our opponent just kind of threw away all his cards, though. He's paying the 2,000? That's weird. I guess it's not that weird, but... let's see, 7... Yeah, the green gadget is just game. Oh, wait. It permanently halves them? Is that seriously what Mirror Wall did? Is that like a bug or something? Because I swear, like the way it worked in TCG, at least when I play, I don't know, unless this is like a Mandela effect or something, I thought like have the attack of your opponents attacking monsters meant like have them while they're attacking. And then after they're done attacking, their stats went to normal. Am I actually just like completely unaware of how Mirror Wall worked for like 20 years? I don't know. Some of you guys have to tell me. I wonder what happens when we attack again with this breaker. Right? Like, is it going to go down to 400? Like, is that how that works? I don't know. I'm curious to see what happens when we attack again. Okay, so I guess it just sets the current attack equal to half the original, and it doesn't stack. But it just stays that way permanently. I swear, though, I thought that was not how Mirror Wall worked. Like, I actually have to look it up now. Like, I wonder if... there's a ruling. Like a ruling from, you know, like 2005 or whatever. Okay, it says, yeah, I mean, for OCG rulings, it says if a monster is already halved by the effect... Yeah, so it sounds like that's the correct ruling, like, for current Yu-Gi-Oh! Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's... Maybe somehow I just misunderstood what Mirror Wall did for, like, 20 years. Yeah, if it is... Yeah, it remains halved as long as Mirror Wall remains face up on the field. If Mirror Wall is removed from the field, the attack of the monsters is restored. Yeah, no, I had no idea. I had no idea. Anyways, I'm gonna try to build like the other deck that I kind of like had as an idea. Problem is I'm gonna need to craft like some more ultras, because I want like Heavy Storm and I want like Change of Heart. But yeah, this was like kind of my idea here. I also think we want like Upstart Goblin in this deck. I already have it because I played it in Sky Strikers. It's limited to 1, which is kind of funny. Yeah, the event, it is a timed event. Yeah, it's only around for like a week. And I know that makes me like kind of a psycho for like crafting all these ultra rare cards that are just completely useless outside of this event. Probably want to play like a Marshmallow too, right? I wonder, is Fiber Jar an ultra rare? Oh, Fiber Jar is not in the format. Or it's not in Master Duel, rather. This is also like kind of a hot take. I almost feel like Nobleman of Crossout is not that great. Because it seems like so many people are just playing aggressive decks. Like the return deck is aggressive, the gadget deck is aggressive. Like I almost feel like you just probably want to play like one Crossout. I don't know. Maybe I'll play like kind of like a mini like flip control package. I don't know. This is just kind of like a rough idea. Like we can play like Goat's meta. Scapegoat isn't an ultra rare, is it? I hope it's not. God damn it, it is an ultra rare. Alright, guess we're not playing Goat's meta then. If we're not playing Goat's meta, we might not want Sinister either. Sinister, though, it does have synergy with Mirage and Nightmare. I mean, honestly, like, I'm not trying to shill for Master Duel here, to be honest, but, like, if you're thinking of downloading it, you might as well just give it a shot. That's, like, I'm not going to tell you it's, like, the greatest game ever, but it's not the worst game ever. But, yeah, I hope Konami's watching this stream. You know, look at this guy commenting, right? This guy, he wants to download Master Duel, but now he can't because this mode isn't around permanently. So, you know what that means, guys? It means that you need to make this a permanent game mode so this specific person, and a lot of other people, I'm sure, will download Master Duel. Come on, Konami. What are you thinking? Yeah, I think we're just gonna try to make this like a flip control deck. I think that's what I'm going for. Because if we're going for flip control, then we can like, I don't know, cut Heavy Storm, play Mask of Darkness. Do we even want Magical Merchant? Probably like one merchant, right? Probably like one merchant. Oh, we want like Snatch, obviously. I don't know. What should we go for here? What should we go for? Let's just go, it's actually interesting because, like, Crossout is kind of bad in this game mode. But if people aren't playing Crossout because they think it's bad, that actually makes Flip Control, like, a lot better. When you know, just when you think about it. Probably want, like, Book of Moon. Oh, we want Ring. We want Ring. And we want Torrential. And like probably like a bunch of like Sakuretsu armors, right? I don't know. Maybe we don't want Upstart. I'll have to think on that. What's like our win con? I don't know. I think maybe we'll like cut Change of Heart and then craft the third Solemn. I mean, Solemn is like playable-ish in modern Yu-Gi-Oh, so it's not too much of a feels bad. Another interesting idea with emergency provisions is that we can play cards like Level Limit and Gravity Bind and then just emergency provisions them away when we just don't want to use them anymore. Yeah, I think we're going to play like 2 Gravity Bind. I assume Gravity Bind is... Oh, Gravity Bind is at 3. Oh. I see. And I think Gravity Bind is generally better than Level Limit just because it has like a surprise element. Do we want to play like Compulse? I don't think Compulse is super great because not a lot of people are playing Goats meta. And like not everyone's even playing Crossout. What about Gravekeeper Spy though? Like Gravekeeper Spy has to be good, right? I think we'll maybe just go with like 2 Spy, 1 Guard for the lock. Yeah, like this seems like a pretty good monster lineup, right? Oh, I also forgot Takochi. So what do we want to play? Like 1 Takochi for 16? That sounds good. We might not want 3. I don't know if Gravity Bind is good enough to play 3 though. I really don't. I think we just want like 2. I know we can play 3, but like, because the problem is with this build now, I have a lot of level 4s myself. And we also need like Sakuretsu armors. Yeah, maybe we just like cut Upstart. Yeah, I still don't know how much I like Sinister either, to be quite honest. Like, what does Sinister have synergy with? Torrential, Mirage Nightmare, and that's literally it? Yeah, I think we just cut Sinister for like the 2nd Takochi. And then like... I don't know, this seems like a decent start. This seems like a decent start. It might be like an absolute pile. Man, Merchant is a super rare. That is weird. All right. You can only use Dust Tornado on your opponent's cards. And I could craft all foils here for the commons and rares, but I'm too lazy to do that. To be honest, I haven't even figured out what our win condition is going to be. But who needs win conditions? Like, seriously, who needs them? It is a little unfortunate because, like, in normal flip control, you can kind of have Ring be a win condition, like, just keep getting back Ring with Mask of Darkness. Problem is that doesn't work here because Ring's been nerfed. So I think this is decent. I don't think this deck is, like, amazing or anything, but I want to try it. I want to try it. For the people just getting here, this is like OCG GOAT format. That's not really what it is, but I don't want to go through the explanation for like the 3rd time. I know it is a little deceptive because I'm still using the old stream title where I'm like saying like, oh, it's GOAT format. But But yeah, this is basically like OCG GOAT format. Except, like, I don't even think GOAT control is that great. And you're not going to see GOAT control very much, only because, like, I mean, I saw Scapegoat was an ultra rare, and I think Meta is also an ultra rare. I don't know. Wouldn't shock me if it was. It is, like, I don't know. In my opinion, cards should be downgraded, like, in rarity after they're banned. Maybe not. I don't know. It just seems like every banned card is an ultra rare. I'll put it that way. There are a few exceptions. Like Mirage of Nightmare is only a super rare. But it seems like every single banned card is an ultra rare, which is just... It's such a feels bad. Because of the fact that, like, you obviously want to, like, play a deck with all the best cards. But then I just, like... I literally spent all my ultra rare points on this format. Alright, let's just cross out this guy, see what it is. A set Luster Dragon. Okay, then. Oh, it's probably the Decree deck, right? The Horus Decree deck? Then he's just gonna end phase Decree us and we lose. Oh, you know, I also forgot to put Breaker in the deck. We have, like, no odds to a Decree now. This is not good. If he pops our Solemn, is it fine? Yeah, I guess. Yeah, it's fine. Whatever. I mean, since we have, like, Spy Set, we really don't care about this Breaker. Unless he has, like, Cross Out, which he does not. And if he plays Tribe Infecting Virus, it will kill his own Breaker. I don't think Snatch accomplishes anything. Do we want to set Mask, like, just to have it die and get back Gravity Bind? Is that even, like, a good play? Yeah, it probably is. Although if he plays, like, Horus level 4... I probably shouldn't have set it. I don't think I should have set Mask here, because if our opponent plays Horus level 4 and attacks into our Mask of Darkness, it's not a good time. I mean, we could have even played Snatch and, like, attacked. Okay, this is fine. Oh, he discarded the Horus level 4? I don't know. Maybe he just thinks we're on, like, a Gravekeeper deck or something. I don't know. To me, it seems like he just discarded the best card in his hand, but what do I know? You know, Marshmallow would also actually be a decent draw. Like, okay, Tribe can attack the Marshmallow and kill it, but then that sets up our light for BLS. Yeah, and if he attacks here, we're just going to play Gravity Binds. And we're basically saving Solemn for Royal Decree and Royal Decree only. What? I guess I got disconnected. Can you guys still see me on the stream? I think you can. Today, I'm gonna... All right, well, hopefully I'm back. Well, I think I'm back, right? Am I back? All right, I think I'm back. If you guys can hear what I'm saying right now, let me know. I suppose. I'm just trying to see how much lag we have here. But yeah, now you know why I don't like to stream. It's like the internet in Cambodia is not. It's not really the best. Okay, so yeah, we've got like like about, from my end at least, looks like about 30 seconds worth of lag or so. Which is interesting because like in my settings, I don't think I put any delay. Yeah, there isn't supposed to be any delay, but there is nonetheless. Okay, so... Sorry. Nah, I don't know what happened. Like... And really, it's like, that's what I don't like about Cambodia internet. Like, it's not that the speeds are too slow. Like, it's not that the speed is bad, it's that the stability is bad. Right? Like, if I'm playing some sort of online game, or obviously trying to stream, it's like... I don't need the fastest speed in the world, but I want it to have a continuous connection for several hours straight. So I guess we can probably just like do this. So yeah, we're gonna try again here. I guess we'll just solemn that, right? So we can just get back to solemn with our mask anyways. trying to remember. One of the loner decks has 2 swaps in it. Oh, I think it's the Spirit deck. Oh, I don't think it's that, because the Spirit deck didn't have Shining Angel. We still have Saku set. I guess we'll set Marshmallow just because, like, why not? Jury is still out on Marshmallow in this deck. Like, it's a light for BLS, which is the main reason that we're playing it. But it's also, like, kind of okay just because, like, if they attack into it, they take 1,000. And then you can Tsukiyomi or Marshmallow, and then if they attack it again, they'll keep taking 1,000. So, I mean, Marshmallow, I guess, is, like, kind of a win condition, but not really. I want to set guard. I don't know. I think I'm just going to set mask. Man, so far emergency provisions is kind of doing nothing. But we do have, you know, 3 good Goblin Housekeeping. And we have Mirage and Nightmare. It would be pretty sick if we draw the Mirage and Nightmare. Yeah, I mean, old cards, new rules. I guess that's one way you could describe it. I guess, I mean, I kind of just want to thin out my deck, if I'm being totally honest. I think I'm just going to grab this in defense, but I think I'm going to turn Mask to attack. So it's Spirit Reaper. How many outs do we have to a Spirit Reaper? I mean, I know we have some. There's like Tsukiyomi cross out. I mean, we can... I guess we can just play Gravekeeper's Guard. Did we set a monster? I mean, I could set the guard. And then attack for... I don't know. But then the problem is if we set the guard, then we can't Tsukiyomi anything. I don't know. I don't think I quite want to set the guard yet. I don't know. Maybe this is too greedy. Maybe this is not greedy enough. I don't know. Could also snatch the Reaper, that's a thing. Oh, Book is good. We like Book. And there's actually, you know, Mirror Forces in the format. So what I'm going to do is... I'm going to have Mask, attack this, and then I'm going to turn our Spy to defense in main phase 2. So he could attack over the tomato if we want, but I see no reason to. there a reason to set emergency provisions? Like, we can emergency provisions to gain like 2,000, but I don't think I want to do that. I don't know. Maybe emergency provisions is just actual garbage, and I'm just trying to get too cute. Acts of Despair. Okay, have at it, buddy. Oh, I forgot to change my spy to defense. Trying to, yeah. I mean, I guess we're gonna Saku, right? Oh, it was technically a 2-for-1. That was technically a 2-for-1. And it freed up some back row space, too. Oh, why do people just concede? We're having, like, a good old-fashioned game of fair... I don't know, just didn't want to deal with my Gravekeeper spies, I guess. Why do people do that? Probably the reason why they do that is because they're not streaming and they have better things to do. Still nothing to combo with emergency provisions. Maybe I should only play like 2 of these, because it is a little situational, and we can get it back with Magician of Faith. Yeah, I think 3 is too many. Let's be honest here. Yeah, now I'm gonna get like demolished by gadgets because my hand is like cross out emergency provisions versus a gadget deck. I don't know. We might be able to like cheese our opponent with Ring, like Ring Mask of Darkness. Hold on. Darn, he got my emergency provisions. How will I live? Did he discard 2? Yeah, he discarded 2 gadgets. I don't know. I mean, I guess that's not too bad, right? Maybe he doesn't have any more. Now, obviously, he has another one. This is like one of the matchups where like Gravity Bind will put in a ton of work. Okay, this guy's just going all out. And unfortunately, it's like, because Ring's been nerfed, Ring is not like a win condition. I mean, it's a good card, but like, we can't just go, oh, our opponent paid half, and now we'll just go ring, ring, and kill him. You know, it's not how it works. Gravekeeper Spy would also be pretty nice. I mean, I guess Merchant is... I guess setting Merchant's better than setting Mask, right? Especially because, like, we could top deck a BLS. Yeah, like Spy would be good, Guard would be good. Even like Tsukiyomi wouldn't be terrible just as a blocker. Yeah, I think we're just gonna ring the big one. Oh, of course it milled our BLS. I swear. I feel like I have the worst luck today. Like, when we play gadgets, we just either open all of our gadgets or none of them. When we play this deck, we just run into gadgets and have absolutely nothing to deal with it. It's not been a good day for me. Yeah, we like really need like some sort of defensive card. Okay, that I won't complain. I won't complain. Okay, well there goes our Solemn. Alright, buddy. Go get your gadgets. He's got, what, he's got 2 reds in the grave. So if he plays green, he has nothing to search. We're gonna bounce green just because, again, like, the green can't search anything. Spy definitely would have been better than guard, but yeah, it's like, I kind of had a feeling he would have something like that. So again, we're back in the same spot where we need like some sort of other defensive card. Okay, I won't complain. I think I'm just gonna be greedy and not set mask here and just torrential everything. Yeah, this is Master Duel. If he just plays directly into our torrential, okay, your funeral. Because like our opponent's hand is like just probably like all gadgets, right? Like. And we actually, like, we're kind of getting rewarded for, like, saving our ring, too. To be honest, I probably don't need to set this Saku, but... screw it, I guess. Because if he plays, like, a green, we ring, he goes... I mean, that's better. Because he's going to ring and take, like, a bunch of damage. And he can't limit her for a draw. I don't know how we won that game. I feel like we were just supposed to be losing. Like, I swear, every game we've played, no one has played around torrential. I mean, the funniest one was when we had the opponent who played around Mirror Force, which isn't in the format, and didn't play around torrential. I think that was, like, very, very amusing. But yeah, I think 3 emergency provisions is too many. The idea was it was going to be like a meta call versus burn, but yeah, I think it's too many. I'm trying to think, like, what else we should play. We have 10 spells. I mean, we could, like, add the breaker and go up to, like, 17 monsters. That wouldn't be that bad. Or we could just go for the 3rd gravity bind. I don't know, I feel like people are just playing, like, everyone seems to be playing, like, decks that are really weak to gravity bind, right? Or is it just me? I'm gonna give it a shot. Okay, that looks right to me. But yeah, I feel like the gadget matchup specifically, which is probably going to be like the most popular deck, I think we're really, really leaning on gravity binds. Okay, we've got the Good Goblin Emergency Provisions combo. I think Edison format decks would win, and it's not close. Like, I'm assuming, by the way, that each, like, format is able to metagame for the other. Like, the GOAT format decks aren't built to beat other GOAT format decks. They're built to beat Edison format decks. Even if that's the case, yeah, I still think Edison's going to beat GOAT. Just, the decks are just more powerful. Like, it's really that simple. I mean, that's kind of annoying. And emergency provisions, by the way, I believe is not a counter to Royal Decree. I know that's how it was back in the day. I assume that's still the case. I don't know why he's using this random MST. That just seems... Oh, that was a crossout. For some reason, Sorry, I'm, like, looking away from the screen. I thought he played, like, something else. Oh, and I can see his whole deck. Okay, he's just playing, like, the loner deck. Yeah, I will say, we do kind of have an issue with, like, how we deal with Decree. What do we want? Probably want, like, something like Snatch Steal. And I will say, it's like, in general, I don't think going first versus going second matters a lot in this format, but this is, like, the one matchup where it's like, if we just went first and got to set our Solemns before our opponent set Decree, obviously that would help a lot. And I suppose, like, you could argue that that's the case for maybe playing a Level Limit over Gravity Bind. There are pros and cons to both. Yeah, Snatch isn't gonna help now. Do we have Light and a Dark? No, we don't have either. We don't have a Light or a Dark. Yeah, and the Twin-Headed Behemoth is a dragon. I actually kind of forgot that. What do we want to top deck? Can't top deck Potagreed. Well, we can top deck another Solemn Judgment, I guess. Cool, buddy. You can special summon a dragon. Yeah, that's a pretty good one. Yeah, and our emergency provisions doesn't even let us live because we can gain 4,000, but then we're just gonna take a lot more than 4,000. Yeah, I mean, Royal Decree is kind of a free roll. Yeah, I mean, if we went first, I definitely think we would have won. But we did not. That's how it goes. I actually think, this is going to sound crazy, but I'm not going to pot agreed turn 1. Just because I don't want to top deck the second spy. Although actually if we do top deck the second spy, we could put it back in our deck with good Goblin Housekeeping. I mean, if you're wondering whether it works from like a ruling standpoint, I'm pretty sure Provisions Housekeeping does work. Whether it works from a strategic standpoint, well, that's another matter entirely. Okay, so he's just playing the return loner deck. I think this is a pretty good matchup for us, actually. Yeah, there's no duo, there's no confiscation, and no forceful sentry. Another interesting thing, by the way, like another argument for playing level limit over gravity bind, is level limit actually just kills Berserk Gorilla for free. Like, you just activate level limit and it kills their Berserk Gorilla, which is kind of funny. Here, I'm just gonna kill this guy, though. But yeah, of all the loner decks, I'd say this is like probably our best matchup. Just because like all their deck really does is summon attack, and our deck is very good at dealing with that. Well, I mean, our opponent had Royal Decree in play, so... I mean, we can activate Provisions and gain a bunch of life points, but that's, like, kind of it. So this deck plays Solemn. So I actually think I'm still not going to pot agreed, just because I don't want my pot agreed to get solemned. I want to set my Solemn so I can solemn their Solemn when they solemn my pot agreed. And then we can flip mask, get our Solemn back. I mean, to be honest, like, you can play Angel Chaos. You have 3 DD Warrior Ladies in this format. So, you know, David James saying, where's Angel Chaos? It's like, you can definitely play it. That's my opinion. So let me look at... It's like, yeah, I think the deck has 2 Solemns, and he has 1 in his deck. Is that right? I don't know. If I had photographic memory, I would just be able to know all his back rows, but I'm too lazy to figure that out. Marshmallow's a good card. I mean, it's not the best card we could have drawn, but it's definitely still a good card. Yeah, he was thinking whether to Solemn the pawn. So he definitely has Solemn, right? We all know he has Solemn. Yeah, whatever. He can Rhoda for whatever he wants. His banish pile is 0, so if he wants to like Rhoda for a warrior lady or something and banish it, I'm like totally fine with that. I don't know why you would get Assailant here. I mean, it's more attack points, but I don't know. So what are our back rows again? Gravity Bind, Solemn, Ring, Good Goblin, MST. Okay, so he's going to attack next turn. We're going to flip Gravity Bind. And then if he Solemns our Gravity Bind, then we're going to Ring his guy. That's the plan. Yeah, this deck doesn't have Mystic level 2. I'm pretty sure, because I've seen the list like multiple times now. And if we need to free up our back rows, we can just MST, just whatever. Or we can just Ring whatever. I don't think, yeah, we need to like end phase MST here. When your opponent has like 5 back rows, the only reason to MST is basically if you need the space, and that's it. Alright, so we have a BLS in our hand, and we have a Light and a Dark in play. Probably not going to be dying anytime soon, though. Oh, he does have level 2? I guess I missed that. So yeah, you're right. Should have gotten level 2. Yeah, I guess now I will MST and hit like one of the old ones. Okay. Sure. Sure. I didn't target either of those, did I? Yeah, I targeted the other one. Oh, we hit the Solemn. What a sicko. Do we want to actually just attack and drop BLS main phase 2 with a Book of Moon and a Solemn to back it up? Yeah, I think we do. That kind of changes a lot, actually. Obviously, we have to watch out for return, right? Like if we banish too many things, we could just you know, die to a return. But like with all of our back rows, I'm just not really worried. I will say they nerfed a lot of things in this format, but BLS is still a very good card. Still a very good card. Oh, that's not nice. Just gonna ring this. It's also nice, too, that the warrior lady goes to the grave instead of getting banished. Because, needless to say, his deck wants things to get banished. And, yeah, this BLS is a 2-turn clock. And we got Book of Moon backup, so we are ready to roll. Yeah, DMOC has the errata. Do we want to just let him cylinder? Like, we can book to save ourselves 3,000. Yeah, there's no point in doing that. I'm just gonna let him cylinder. Because keep in mind, in this format, he can't ring BLS for game. So, like, we don't have to worry about that. So it's like, yeah, I'm just gonna save my Book of Moon for, like, a top deck Snatch Steal. No reason to waste it on the cylinder. Alright, I'm probably not gonna play, like, too many more games. Don't know when I'm gonna call it a day, but probably gonna be, like, less than an hour from now. I mean, I guess we'll flip Merchant. Oh, another Book of Moon, we'll take that. I'm not gonna lie, like, my deck just kind of feels like a bad flip control deck, because, like, every time I've had emergency provisions or the good goblin, I've never had them together, and they just kind of sit there the whole game and get, like, no value. I mean, you could make the case for maybe just activating it now, because, like, we're never really gonna get value out of this cross out, right? I don't know. I think we'll see what happens next turn. But if, like, I just brick again, I'll probably just activate another good goblin. Are we gonna let ourselves take 18? So what's, like, the worst case scenario if we let this merchant die? Like, the worst case scenario is, like, we take 18, we flip BLS, he solemns our BLS, and then we solemn his solemn and attack for game. Okay, that's fine. We'll just let the merchant die. It's also, like, I mean, Ring is already gone, but it's weird how, like, playing around Ring works the opposite of the way it works in normal GOAT format, where by taking damage, you play around your opponent's Ring of Destruction. It's like, I know that, like, probably just seems super bizarre, but that is actually how it works. So let's see, we have 4,000 damage on board, right? So if we just top deck anything with 1,000 attack, he's just dead. So I think we're just gonna activate the housekeeping now. And yeah, put the cross out on the bottom. And we still have Book, still have Solemn, and we have Saku, so. Yeah, I don't like our opponent's chances. Okay. Darn, we lost our Saku. Yeah, we just flip Faith, get back cross out, attack for game. Oh no, the cross out isn't in our grave, so we can't do that. It's on the bottom of our deck. Oh, sorry. Oh no, we can BLS, banish, book a moon or BLS, and then attack for game. So, Eli, this is Master Duel, and it is a format that is very similar to Goats, but not Goats. Alright, so I think I'm going to play one more game, and then I'm going to call it a day. Because I've been streaming for like 4 hours. I think 4 hours is good enough. I'm not going to lie, I think my build is like kind of trash. But it's like, it's also kind of fun. I don't know, it's like, I feel like our deck is almost like too reliant on gravity binds a little. Oh, we actually opened the combo. Oh, of course. The one time we get emergency provisions, good goblin, our opponent just scooped. He knew our hand, guys. He was probably stream sniping us, and he's like, yeah, I just can't beat emergency provisions, good goblin, so I've just got to scoop. I think that was what happens there. Okay, so we have gravity bind. So I think we're just gonna go full sets here. So you go. If I didn't have like gravity bind or some sort of defensive card, I would set the Spy instead of the Dekochi. But since we do have the gravity bind, then I think we would rather just draw cards. Although, like, Spy, you know, getting guard with Suki... I mean, that's definitely good, too. Like, Spy Tsukiyomi's good, but I think Deco Tsukiyomi is a little bit better. And yeah, I mean, I'll just go ahead and battle, just because I want to see what he has. Monster probably won't die. Okay, so it's that matchup. In that case, we have to save our Solemn for, we have to save our Solemn for Decree. I think the deck even plays 3 Decrees, right? Like, it's not even just 2. And at a certain point, too, it's going to become kind of important to draw our Mask of Darkness. Like, if next turn we top deck a Mask of Darkness, we're not going to summon Tsukiyomi, we're going to set Mask. Oh, that is annoying. That is such a good breaker. Yeah, and of course he hits the Gravity Bind and not the emergency provisions. I mean, it's fine, we have another Gravity Bind in our hand, but still a pretty good breaker. Okay, we drew another Solemn. We just have to hope that this turn he does not have a... Okay, good, he does not have a Destroy. Thank God. Alright, we have 0 spells in our grave. Spy is going to do some work here. I mean, we can just try to put, like, a Faith in our grave. Just, I don't know, just light for BLS. But what we really want, though, are just more Solemns, more Mask of Darknesses. That is our entire game plan. And I will say it's, like, one of the things that I considered when deciding whether to play Gravity Bind versus Level Limit is the fact that he can summon this card right here into a level limit and still attack. Whereas, like, the same is not true for Gravity Bind, and that is pretty huge in this matchup. We do still have the emergency provisions. Do we want to just go into the guard, like, straight away? Probably not. Probably want to get the Spy first. I think this deck also plays 1 level up. So, in theory, he can level up his 6 into an 8. And I don't think this set monster can really be anything. I mean, it can be something, but I don't think it can be anything good. So yeah, I think we're just gonna activate Goblin, chain emergency provisions. I don't know. I mean, I guess we don't really need double Faith, or do we? What about, I don't know, like, everything in our hand is really average. And then, I mean, we can set Faith and get Pot Agreed and just start drawing more cards. Or we can just start using Tsukiyomi on guard. See, I feel like using Tsukiyomi on guard doesn't do a whole lot, though. Because I think what we really want is we really want to just draw some more cards and just see a Mask of Darkness, right? Like, once we get Mask of Darkness, the game is basically over. You could even debate, like, I think actually we shouldn't have set Saku just because I don't want it taking up a zone. It's funny, we can use Fate to get back emergency provisions if we want to clear our spell or trap zone. But I don't think that's what we are going to be aiming for. MST isn't... I mean, it's not terrible. Maybe we probably just kill this. If it's Decree... Okay, well, it's not Decree. Yeah, we can change that to defense now. And I don't know, I guess we'll just say go. I think... So I think I figured out what my plan is. We've got a dark and no light. I think the plan is literally keep drawing cards, go to end phase, discard a light so that we can summon BLS, and then just start clearing our opponent's board with BLS. I think that's literally the entire plan. We can't even... Well, do we want to get back MST? Yeah, I think we'd get back MST. Put MST in my hands. Summon Tsukiyomi. Set this. Go to end phase. And then just discard the other Magician of Faith, because why would we need that? We have 19 cards left in our deck, so we're not in danger of decking out. Yeah, this is Master Duel. Alright, I'm just gonna be a psycho here. Yeah, and then I'm gonna special summon BLS. This is gonna be a really weird play. So we get special summon BLS. I'm gonna turn a spy to attack mode. I'm going to ram a spy into breaker. Why? Because I just want this stuff out of my face. And then I'm gonna go to main phase 2. And then I am going to well, still have Solomon in our grave. Yeah, we're not gonna Tsukiyomi. We're gonna set mask. Set MST. Set book. Set gravity bind. Go. And yeah, I just wanted to try something different as far as gadgets goes. Like, it seems like a lot of people are playing gadgets. I like gadgets, but like, this deck is kind of fun too. But again, like, to me, what I don't like about this deck, in terms of fun factor, what does he even have? Oh, okay, he has 0 spells in his grave. Alright, good job. What I don't like about this deck in terms of fun factor, yeah, and he's gonna meta, is that it feels very, very reliant on Gravity Bind. Like, it feels like the games where you have Gravity Bind and the games that you don't, they just feel completely different. Oh, and I forgot this doesn't work the way it does in GOAT format. If I book here, my BLS will die. Just so you know. I'll just show you. I already know how it's going to work, but I'm just gonna show you that my BLS will still die. So what I actually have to do is I have to do it on the summon. But yeah, unfortunately, by the time I realized it was too late. It's one of those things you get used to. Samuel, I don't know if there was ever a time where you could activate quick plays the same turn that you set them. Like, I don't think that was ever a thing. I mean, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but I don't think that was ever a thing, that you could activate quick plays the same turn that you set them. Yeah, I mean, I would want to hear your source on, oh yeah, you used to be able to activate quick plays the same turn. Like, keep in mind, I've been playing competitive Yu-Gi-Oh almost since like the beginning of competitive Yu-Gi-Oh. So I don't think that was ever a thing. But who knows? And no, if you Tsukiyomi something that got snatched, you keep the monster that was snatched. It's the same thing in modern Yu-Gi-Oh, right? Like, Snatch is an actual like legal card in advanced format Yu-Gi-Oh, or at least in Master Duel Yu-Gi-Oh. Yeah, I find that hard to believe that your BLS got I find it hard to believe that your BLS got snatched in Tsukiyomi and you got it back, because that's just, if that's the case, it's a bug, because that's just not how Snatch Steal works. Alright, how are we actually going to win a game? That's the real question. How are we going to win a game? Alright, well, we're definitely going to battle. We're going to battle over the Faith. I probably should have set Good Goblin last turn. I'm being lazy. Yeah, I mean, if you MST a Snatch, you get the monster back. But if you Tsukiyomi the monster, yeah. Cross out would be kind of nice. If we could use that to start cleaning up the board, or even Snatch, because people didn't mention we can't Snatch the horse level 4. Eventually, we're gonna win here. I'm just not sure. I'm not sure how we're gonna do it. I think I messed this up, actually. I think I actually am just going to lose to deck out. So Dust Tornado, like, Dust Tornado used to have, like, a different wording. You might have been right that you could Dust Tornado, set MST, and activate MST. Because, like, I don't know. There was something weird with Dust Tornado at one point. But I honestly am not going to look it up now. Crossout would still be a really nice top deck. Because he's already used his normal summon. Because I think we've basically been through our entire deck and still not seen a crossout. And we do play 2. I considered only playing 1, but then I was like, nah, I'm gonna play 2. How do we still, like... Frustrating. It's a little frustrating. Alright, we'll test this Snatch Tsukiyomi theory. At this point, I don't even know if I'm gonna win, but I just want to test the theory now. See, you keep the breaker. It works exactly the... What?! That is actually just not how the card Snatch Steal works. That is, yeah. That must be a bug, because that's just not how the actual card Snatch Steal is supposed to work. I don't know, if someone could find a ruling, if someone could find a ruling, let me know. Because I do not believe that is how the card Snatch Steal is supposed to work. But it's weird too, because like, I've never seen a ruling related bug in Master Duel. Right? So it's like, on one hand, I'm thinking like, okay, Master Duel just got this wrong. But then on the other hand, I'm like, that would be a weird thing for them to get wrong. Right? Like... Yeah, and I can't... Oh, wait, what I can do is... I could emergency provisions... sack my Solemn and then be able to ring. But that just seems like terrible value. I don't need to ring that badly. Or I think maybe now he's dead, right? If we go Tsukiyomi, yeah, I think he's dead now. Because we can Tsukiyomi our guard. And then flip the guard. Bounce the set monster. And then I don't want to emergency provisions my Solemn, so we'll sack the book. Oh, it's during your opponent's turn. I'm such an idiot. Oh my god. Ring got nerfed in another way. Oh my god, I'm so bad. Alright, well. Sorry, boys. Not over yet. I forgot that they added the during your... Obviously, it's literally the first line of text on the card. So yeah, we could have done that all in the end phase, though. And of course, really, if my opponent isn't stupid, he should just know that we have ring here. But I don't think there's anything he can do about it. I still have 2 Solemn set, right? So it's like, you know, good luck. Yeah, I definitely misplayed my fair share of times this game. He's got 4 cards, used as normal. Okay, he conceded. All right, I think that was a good way to end the stream. So, I don't know. Maybe I'll stream this format again. I feel like, in my opinion, it's a little boring, only because people aren't trying. And maybe I'm phrasing that wrong. Literally everyone is just playing one of the loner decks so that they can get the reward for playing 3 games and they stop. Like, no one is really taking the format seriously on a competitive level. Never drew Mirage a Nightmare. Now, don't get me wrong. I think this deck is absolute trash and probably needs a lot of work. But I think it is interesting to take actually take the format seriously. And I will say, it's like, I think you can play games like with other people in, like, you know, just using like the unlimited list, right? So like, even after the format goes away, if you know, if you and your friends like just want to play this format, I think you still can. Not 100% sure. Man, I feel a little bad. I used all my ultras. I used all my ultras to craft these decks. And no way it's gonna be gone. Oh well. Maybe in a year they'll bring it back. I don't think it's that repetitive. Because realize, like, this is almost the same as GOAT format, and I personally don't find GOAT format to be repetitive. I know some people are gonna like jump in the comments, oh no, GOAT format's really repetitive. But like, when played at a high level, when people are like metagaming against each other, it's a lot of sort of, you know, RPS kind of stuff. It's not that repetitive. And the only thing, like, the only real flaw with this format is that in best of one, I think Burn is way too good. Now, you can like build a deck that beats Burn, like as people talked about in the chat. Oh, just play like 2 Mobius, just play Dust Tornado. Well, I bought the Solemn Judgment bundle, but that only has 1 Solemn in it. So, and I crafted the other 2. Again, it's like, yeah, I mean, the opponents are bad, but like, to me, that's bad logic. That's bad logic for not liking a format. To be like, well, my opponents are bad, therefore, like, the format is bad. I mean, we saw people that, like, just massively overextended into Torrential over and over. Torrential's, like, low-key just the MVP of, you know, my decks today. But yeah, I actually think the format is good, and I think you can even argue that it's a better format than GOAT format. I'm not saying it is, but I think like it has some advantages. Because like a lot of the decks that people complain about in GOAT format, they're basically all nerfed, right? Other than Burn. That is like the only thing. And if you were to play like best of 3 with this format, like all of a sudden Burn's a non-issue, right? Because you can just side like 10 cards for Burn. So yeah, it's like I believe like if you have people's whatever it is dueling code or whatever, I think you could play this format with each other like as much as you wanted. I got a reward for gaining life points. Nice consolation prize. I will say, like, when I played Gadgets in particular, I just kept drawing, like, actual garbage. Yeah, I mean, I think they should add it too. The problem with adding a mode like this to Master Duel, from the perspective of the devs, is that it doesn't have a continuous revenue source, right? So like when new cards come out, it means that like every month or every 2 months or whatever it is, like you have to keep spending money. It's not like you just build a deck once and go, okay, this deck is top tier forever. I never have to spend any money again. Whereas on the old formats, that is like kind of what happens. Now, obviously my opinion would be doesn't matter. Like, it's not like Konami's gonna lose money by running this mode. And if anything, you could view it as like a gateway into, normal modern Yu-Gi-Oh, right? Maybe someone downloads Master Duel just to play this format, and then after a while, maybe they do get bored of it, like some people in chat were saying. They get bored of it, and then they decide, oh, I'll try playing Modern. I don't know. So I think overall, I think it is a net positive for Konami and a net positive for the player base. But I don't know, Konami, I feel like they just often don't give things like enough of a chance. Sometimes. I mean, part of it is just because the player base is like hopelessly addicted, and Konami has low standards because the players have low standards. Like in Magic the Gathering, people like threaten to quit all the time. And like sometimes Wizards will back down from whatever shitty decision they make because they're like, oh, players are really upset about this. Whereas I feel like Yu-Gi-Oh players don't, like, they complain, but it's very empty, right? Like, it's just all bark with no bite. Whereas like Magic players will actually, if Magic gets bad enough, they'll stop playing and they'll go play something else. Whereas I feel like Yu-Gi-Oh players, most of them don't do that. I have done that obviously to an extent, but like most people don't. So yeah, that's my thought though. I had fun in this format, and like I have a decent amount of fun playing regular Master Duel as well. But I talked about in one of my videos, like on the other channel, it's like it's one of those things where the format's bad, but you choose to enjoy it anyways. I know that like that might just sound like a very weird mentality, right? Like how do you do that? But you can say, well, I know the format's bad, but I'm gonna choose to enjoy it anyways. So I hope that leaves you with some food for thought. I'm gonna call it a day now. Maybe I might stream again before the event goes away. If you guys like want me to stream again or whatever, you can comment and like I'll consider it. Take care.